Good morning, everyone. My name is Sherry Babowski, and I am the Retirement Benefits Manager at the Chicago Carpenters Pension Fund Office. I have been with the Pension Fund Office since 1986. I've been the manager of the Retirement Benefits Department since 2000. I've done many in-person seminars. A lot of you registered today have actually attended one of those previously up at the Apprentice and Training Center out in Elk Grove Village. But this is only our second ever webinar. So our first one went pretty well. That was back in May. But I would like to upfront ask for your patience just in case I have a little glitch or two today. I'm not an expert at this part of the webinar thing yet, but I'm sure we'll get there eventually. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate that you're going to spend part of your time with us, part of your weekend with us today, and I hope you learned some things. A few housekeeping things first, please. If you are trying to listen over your computer or over maybe an iPad or something, if you're having trouble with the audio, you can mute the audio on your computer or your iPad, and you can call in and listen on your telephone. So here on the slide is the telephone number you would call if you want to listen on your phone, and you would enter that 9-digit access code there so that you can hear on the telephone without any static that we sometimes get over the computer. So we emailed you prior to the presentation today. We emailed you links to the handouts for today's presentation. There are 5 separate handouts. If you didn't print them or didn't access them, don't worry about it too much right now. I will just refer to them a little bit during the presentation. It's not an ongoing thing. You can certainly still listen to the presentation and learn a lot without actually having the handouts in front of you. If you did look at them online and think, oh golly, this is too much to print, or maybe you don't have a printer, if you would like a paper copy of those mailed out to you through the Postal Service, send an email to seminar@crccbenefits.org, and that email address is on the email invites that you got, or you can just give the Retirement Benefits Department downtown a call. Additionally, your personal information, your personal credits, your personal dollar estimates, and another sheet with the dates of your latest beneficiary designations and your approximate supplemental retirement plan balance in John Hancock, those things were sent out to you by U.S. mail. I know a lot of you received it because we had quite a few phone calls at the fund office over the last day or two with some questions about that. But if for some reason you did not receive that information through the post office, through the mail, give us a call during the week and we can certainly get those emailed over to you, or we can mail out another copy to you through the post office. Okay. It's a little more difficult to do this over the web because I can't see your faces. I can't see if you look confused or you look like you're understanding what I'm saying. And you can't just raise your hand to ask a question. But you can electronically ask a question. I will pause for questions at the end of each section. If you are looking at the webinar on a computer, be it a laptop or a desktop, then the picture on the top right is probably what you're going to see. There's a little orange and white arrow, an orange box with a white arrow that you would click to open the pane where you can ask a question, and then you can click and ask a question. If you're looking at this on an iPad or on your telephone, there's a toolbar there, and you can click on the little question mark at the bottom to ask a question. You will type your question into the box. I'll see your question pop up over here, and I will answer that during the presentation, or I will try to answer that during the presentation. There are 150 of you registered. Right now I see about 124 of you in attendance, so hopefully some other folks will join us. But with this large of an audience, it might not be possible for me to get to all of your questions. However, If you have a question that I do not answer during the presentation, please, please, please feel free to give the Retirement Benefits Department at the Fund Office a call. We're there Monday through Friday, 8 until 4:30. Due to the current world situation with the coronavirus, we have limited staffing in the office, but many of our team members are working from home remotely, and they can answer the phones and access your record and do all of those things from home. So they are definitely available to answer any questions that you might have that I don't get to today during the presentation. At the end of the presentation, we will post a recording of the presentation on our website, our crccbenefits.org website. It'll take us about a week to edit the presentation and to get it posted. But if you have to leave early, or if I say something and you think, oh, what did she say? I didn't quite catch that. Know that in a week or so, you can go out to our website and you can watch a recording of this presentation. Okay. Today, after you exit the webinar, a short survey will come up. I think there's 7 questions that'll come up. And if you would take some time to give us some feedback, I would appreciate it very much. Your opinions are important, and we try and tweak our presentations based on the information we get from a lot of the surveys that we've taken over the years. Okay, so down to business. That's the housekeeping stuff, and here's what you came to hear about today. So today, we will talk about several different things. We're going to talk about severance of employment and prohibited employment rules. What do you need to do, or what do you need to not be doing work-wise in order to start your pension benefit? We'll talk about that briefly. We will spend the bulk of our presentation today, the bulk of my time with you, talking about how your pension benefits are calculated and all of your different pension payment options. There are quite a few different ways that you can have your pension paid. So I'll spend a lot of time today going over those options and calculations. I will briefly talk with you about your supplemental retirement plan. That's your John Hancock plan that you get a quarterly statement every 3 months from John Hancock about. We will also talk about retiree health care premiums and coverage. Retiree health care premiums and coverage is a huge area of concern for a lot of people. In fact, usually when people call to talk with us about their pension, or during non-COVID times when people are able to come into our office, a lot of times the retiree health benefits are the very first thing that they want to talk about. And I promise you we will get to that, and we will spend considerable time on that, but we will do that after we talk about the pension plan payment options. Then after I am done speaking about the pension benefits and the supplemental plan and your retiree health care coverage, Tom Kelly from John Hancock is going to join us at the end of the presentation, and he'll have about a 45-minute presentation or so about general retirement planning and your supplemental retirement plan account. Tom's got a lot of really good information about retirement planning. If you're somebody who's registered, I mean, it's good information for anybody, but a lot of people registered today indicated that you're just kind of looking for some information about retiring. So those of you who maybe aren't really ready to retire yet, or who are just approaching maybe age 55 or approaching that retirement age, Tom has a lot of good advice for you and information for you, different things to think about retirement planning. So that's all I have for the housekeeping items. So let's get going. First, I want to talk with you, please, about retirement and suspension of benefits. If you did print the handouts, or if you have the handouts up on your screen, in the pension handouts, the handout pages that go along with the retirement and suspension of benefits section here, it starts on webinar page P3, Pension 3, where we talk about retirement and suspension of benefits. So who's ready? Who's really ready to retire? Normally, if we're in a setting where we're in a room up at the training center, Usually we hear some snickering, a little bit of laughing, and probably about a half of the room raises their hand. I'm really ready to go. It's a tough trade. You all have been in it for a long time. I looked at your personal credit histories for everyone who was registered. Many of you have over 30 years of service in, and I know that it's a tough trade. It's tough on your body. It takes a lot of stamina to be a carpenter. So, in order to start your pension, IRS regulations and the plan provisions, which are in accordance with IRS regulations, require what's called a legitimate severance of employment. And a severance of employment is kind of a two-part test. The first part of that test is that you have to not be working in any type of prohibited employment. And we're going to talk about what prohibited employment is on the next couple of slides. So part one is you can no longer be working in prohibited employment. And number two is that you must stop working in any capacity at all with any employer who is signatory to the pension fund. And you cannot have any intent to return to employment with that signatory employer. So, for example, if you are working for XYZ Construction, who is a signatory employer to the pension fund, they have an agreement with the union, an agreement with the council, and they make employer contributions to the fund. Even if you're working for XYZ company in a non-prohibited capacity, you're not working as a carpenter anymore. Maybe you're just driving a truck for them and doing deliveries. If you are younger than normal retirement age, you cannot start your pension while you are still working for XYZ Construction because they are a signatory employer. Also, IRS regulations specifically state that you can't just quit working for XYZ company for a short period of time and then start your pension and then subsequently return to work for XYZ company if that situation was prearranged. So you can't go up to your boss at XYZ company and say, hey, Tom, I'm working for your company as a truck driver. I know that that's not prohibited employment, but the pension fund, they won't let me start my pension unless I stop working for your company, Tom. So I'm going to stop working for your company and I'm going to go on vacation for a month and then I'm going to come back and you're going to rehire me, right, Tom? That's not how it works. Okay. That would not be considered a legitimate severance of employment under IRS regulations and under plan provisions. Okay. The only exception to the severance of employment requirement is if you have already reached normal retirement age, and normal retirement age is age 65. So you would have to have already reached age 65 and you have to be working for that signatory employer in a non-prohibited capacity. So if you were 65 and driving a truck for XYZ Construction, that would be okay. You could start your pension while doing that type of work because it's not prohibited work, even though that company is a signatory company. Okay. So once you're 65, you still cannot work in prohibited employment, but if you're working in a non-prohibited capacity, you can start your pension without a severance of employment. So what is prohibited employment? In your packet, your pension packet, on the handout pages P3 to P5, talk about the prohibited employment rules. Okay. Prior to age 65, you may not work in prohibited employment at all. Once you reach age 65 and until you turn age 70 and a half, you are allowed to work in prohibited employment a little bit. You are allowed to work in prohibited employment for less than 40 hours each month. Okay? We call that the 39-hour rule. And if you are going to work under the 39-hour rule because you are already age 65, you have to complete a form for us and submit it to the pension fund office to say that you are going to be working this, what we call the 39-hour rule. That form is in your pension handout packet. It's page P6 in your packet. Okay. So you have to stay under 40 hours within any given month, and those hours are not transferable from one month to the other. So if you don't work this month any hours, you are not allowed to work double next month. So you can't say, oh, I didn't work any hours in September at all. I'm going to work 80 hours in October. That's not how it works. It's a use it or lose it type situation. And again, in order to take advantage of this, you have to be at least 65 years old. Okay. Once you reach 70 and a half, you are allowed to work at anything you choose. So you can work in prohibited employment capacity and still draw your pension at the same time once you reach age 70 and a half. There are no work restrictions whatsoever. Again, usually when we're in person, we hear some snickering around the room like 70 and a half. Who in their right mind is still working out there with the tools at 70 and a half? We have about 14,000 pensioners, and we have about 24 of those who are 70 and a half and are working in some way, shape, or form out there and receiving employer contributions back to the pension fund office. Okay. Once you start your pension, if you do return to work, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail as we go forward, but if you start your pension and do return to work later on, you are not entitled to a pension payment for any month in which you work in prohibited employment. So if you are younger than 65, you would lose your pension payment for any month that you work in prohibited employment. Even 1 hour, you lose your pension payment and the accompanying retiree health benefits. So keep that in mind. If you start your pension, you're getting your monthly pension check and you're getting retiree health benefits. If you're younger than 65, you work even 1 hour, even 1/2 hour in prohibited employment in any given month, you're not entitled to the pension payment or the retiree health benefits for that particular month. The pension fund will seek reimbursement for any pension payments. The same thing if you are already age 65 and you're going to work under our 39-hour rule where you're allowed to work less than 40 hours in a month. If you hit that 40-hour mark, you will not be entitled to the pension payment or the accompanying retiree health benefits for any month in which you hit 40 hours in prohibited employment if you are 65. Okay. And again, pre-65, you cannot work at all. Very important to understand. 70 and a half or older, you can indeed work. So what is and what isn't prohibited employment? So the handout pages, again, we're on handout, the pension handout pages, pages 4, 5, and 6. And actually, specifically on page 4, there's a listing of things that it is okay to do and things that it isn't to do. Now, this list is not all encompassing, but it's a good place to start. So pre-65, you cannot work at all as a building inspector for a contractor. Okay, so even though that might not in some situations fall under the collective bargaining agreement, it's considered prohibited employment. You absolutely cannot work as a project manager or a supervisor or a superintendent on the job. Okay, none of those types of things. Sometimes we have phone calls from participants who want to retire, and they say, well, but I'm just a project supervisor. I'm not working with the tools anymore. But that doesn't necessarily matter. Okay, it doesn't really matter whether or not you're actually working with the tools. There are other things that are considered prohibited employment, and this is a good example: a project manager, supervisor, superintendent. Okay. There are certain things that you can do that are permitted. So it is okay to be a building inspector for a home purchase or sale. Okay. You can be a building inspector for a state, a county, or a municipality. It's okay to be a safety director. It's okay to do picket duty. Something that's not on this list but comes up a lot is estimating. It is okay to do estimating. You are allowed to do that without losing your pension. Okay. Someone has typed in the question box that they didn't receive the handouts. Just mentioning again, maybe you joined a little bit late. You can access the handouts if you are on your phone. There's a little toolbar. You can click on the button that says handouts. If you're looking on a computer, there should be a little orange and white arrow. If you click on that orange and white arrow, box will open to the right of your screen, and toward the bottom of the little gray bars, you can click on the bar that says handouts, and you can see the handouts there. You can access the handouts there. If you can't find them, again, please give the Retirement Benefits Department a call or send us an email on Monday, and we can email you the handouts or send the handouts out to you through the postal system. So that's the handout page that we were just looking at on page 3, P3 to P5 is a good summary of the work restrictions. A lot of times we get additional questions such as, can I volunteer at my church? My church needs some repairs and I want to volunteer my time and not get paid at my church to help them out. That's perfectly fine. Another one that's come up, my son wants to build a deck on the back of his house. Can I use the tools and help my son build a deck? Absolutely, you can help your son build a deck on the back of his house. Okay, or you can help him remodel his basement. Just make sure your son's not paying you with cash. Have him do a nice steak barbecue out in the backyard and be socially distant and careful about your coronavirus restrictions. You're not supposed to be doing work for cash, but volunteer work is fine. Helping out a friend where you're not getting compensated and paid, that's perfectly fine. Sometimes the locals even do special projects. The locals have at times maybe help someone in a wheelchair build a ramp outside their home so that they can get into their home. If you are volunteering your time, that's perfectly fine. Working for an organization like Habitat for Humanity, where you're volunteering your time, that too is okay. Okay. Once you have started your pension, if you are considering a return to work, or even before you start your pension, if you are not sure about the work, if you're not sure whether or not the work that you are considering doing would be prohibited employment, you should get a job description on employer letterhead, and you should submit that written job description to the Retirement Benefits Department for a determination. The Retirement Benefits Department will respond to you in writing and will let you know whether or not that job is prohibited employment or not. Okay. If you are doing something that is clearly not prohibited employment, so for example, you decide you are on pension and you want to go get a job driving a bus or selling shoes or working in an ice cream parlor. I mean, those things are clearly not going to fall in the realm of prohibited employment. So you can do those things without jeopardizing your pension, or you can do those things and be able to draw your pension. Okay. Again, if you're doing a job that you're not sure about, and one big job that people call and ask about, can I do maintenance work? We always, always, always ask for a job description when someone says they're going to be doing maintenance work, because maintenance work can mean 50 different things for 50 different employers. If maintenance work for you, for your employer, means you're sweeping the floors, you're emptying the trash cans, and you're cleaning the toilets, that's perfectly fine. If maintenance work means you're fixing a door that's come off its hinges, or you're rekeying a lock, or you're fixing damage to a wall, then that type of maintenance work would be considered prohibited employment. Okay, so a lot of different scenarios, a lot of different things that could encompass maintenance work. So send in a job description. Also, sending in a written job description and having us respond to you in writing, it protects you and it protects the plan. We do occasional audits on retirees where we send out a letter and we say, you need to complete this questionnaire, you need to tell us whether or not you're still working, and you need to sign this authorization form that lets us check your earnings with the Social Security Administration. Now, we don't really care how much money you're earning from work, but those earnings from the Social Security Administration will allow us to see whether or not you're working, and we would contact that employer to see what you are doing. And if it comes back that you have been working in prohibited employment and the Retirement Benefits Department did not know that you were working in prohibited employment, we will seek reimbursement for both pension payments and any medical claims that were paid on your behalf during any months that you were working in prohibited employment. So having a written determination on file with the fund office and a written response to you, it protects you, because if you are part of one of those audits, part of one of those checks that we do, and we come back to you and we say, hey, this work you're doing for XYZ company, it's prohibited employment, and we're going to come back and we're going to seek reimbursement on the pension, and you come back and you say, well, I talked to Susie down at the fund office, and Susie down at the fund office told me it was perfectly fine to work at this. Well, a couple of things. Number one, where's your proof? And number two, there's no Susie who works at the fund office. So who did you talk to? Having that written protection in hand would be a very good thing for you. So I'm going to pause for a moment. I see a couple of questions have come through. So let me look at the questions here and see what I can answer. And if you have a question, please type for me and let me see what we've got here. Questions coming through. The participant is younger than 65 and wants to retire, but is it okay that he is still the president of a company that is signatory to the union? And the answer is that if you are younger than 65, no, not start your pension. Okay. Although being the president of a company is not considered prohibited employment, there would have to be a legitimate severance of employment pre-65 in order to start the pension. So if indeed you are older than 65 and you are the president of a company, you could start your pension. Okay, but pre-65, you cannot do that. Okay. Another question here. Once you retire, can you put your pension on hold and go back to work and then return and start your pension again later? And the answer to that is yes, you can. If you start your pension and you're going to go back to work, you notify us that you are going to go back to work, and we will stop your pension and we will stop the accompanying health and welfare benefits. Okay, so you can go back to work and you can indeed start your pension again later. What happens is you notify us in advance that you are going back to work. You go back to work for whatever period of time you're going to work. And then when you are ready to resume your pension, you call us for what's called a reinstatement application. So you don't have to refile a whole big pension application again. but you do have to file for what's called a reinstatement pension application benefit. Okay. Let's see here. Is working at and the person's naming a specific big box hardware store or a lumber yard considered prohibited employment? The answer is no. Working at one of those big box hardware stores or a lumber yard is not considered prohibited employment. So it is okay to do that, provided that you are not the person at that big box hardware store who is going out and doing installations. So, for example, I can go to one of those big box hardware stores and I can buy some kitchen cabinets, and that big box hardware store will send somebody out and install those cabinets at my home. So it is okay to be the person working in the store selling the cabinets. It is not okay to be the person that the store sends out to install those cabinets at someone's home or to do any type of installation at someone's home. Can you retire at 60, start to collect your pension, and then work in a non-prohibited capacity for the same company? If the company is a signatory company, then the answer is it kind of depends. Was that job offer for some other type of employment on the table before you started your pension? Because that would be considered a prearranged termination and rehire. But if you've been drawing your pension for a while and a company comes back to you and says, "Hey, Joe, we have an opening. We need somebody to be a safety inspector," and you choose to go back and be a safety inspector pre-65, that's okay as long as it was not a pre-arranged situation. A lot of times people ask, well, how long? How long do I have to be retired before I can go back to work, before I can do this and go back to work? And the answer is that the IRS does not give a set time frame. Okay, it depends from situation to situation. I would say a minimum of 90 days, minimum. We've had a couple of situations where it was shorter than 90 days, but people could prove that it wasn't a prearranged. And we've had a couple of situations where it was longer than 90 days, but it was still prearranged. So it really depends on the individual situation. Okay. There are a few other questions coming through. I'm going to maybe try and get to one more and then we're going to move on. If I didn't get to your personal question, then I apologize, but you can certainly call the Retirement Benefits Department and speak with the retirement benefits representatives about your questions. Another question's coming through. What about janitorial work at a school? Okay. Janitorial work at a school will depend again on what that janitorial work, which I would also call maintenance work, it depends on what that encompasses. So I would encourage you to send in a written job description for that. Okay. Okay, we have a lot of material to cover today, so I am going to move on. If I didn't answer the question, I do see a couple more typed questions coming through here, but please, please, please give us a call down at the fund office and we can talk about your individual concerns with you. In the pension handout packet, page P2, there's a listing of telephone numbers there, and the fund office is number 1 on the list. So feel free to give us a call, and we are happy to speak with you about your questions. Okay. So, how your pension plan benefits are determined. If you would please look at your personalized information that was sent out to you. Okay. We sent out personal information to you. If you would look at the printout that you received with the A on the top right-hand corner, okay, that's a listing of your personal pension credits. Okay. So you would be able to see your personal pension credits. So you have earned your pension credit over the years. You have put your blood, sweat, and tears into this trade, but you personally have not made any monetary contributions to the pension fund. Your employer has contributed to the pension fund in accordance with the employer's collective bargaining agreement. No contributions have been required from you personally, and actually, no contributions are allowed from you personally. The entire pension plan is sponsored by employer contributions, where the employer has a collective bargaining agreement with the union and makes contributions to the funds on your behalf. Those contributions sponsor your pension, they sponsor your health and welfare benefits, they sponsor your supplemental retirement plan benefits. So pension credit is earned on a calendar year basis, January 1st through December 31st each year, and it is earned based on the number of hours you work within any given calendar year. So within any given calendar year, if you work less than 250 hours, you do not earn any pension credit. But if you work at least 250 hours, you earn a quarter year. At least 500 hours, you earn a half. 750, 3/4. 1,000 hours in a calendar year gives you a full year of credit. And then starting in 1989, for the construction pension plan, there were about a dozen of you registered today where your pension is through the Millman pension plan. And these bottom two options, the bottom two pension credit accruals do not apply to the Millman pension plan. So for the construction plan, starting in 1989, if you work at least 1,500 hours in a calendar year, you earn 1.25 pension credits. And if you earn at least 1,750 or more hours, you earn a year and a quarter of pension credit per calendar year. Okay. Those extra quarters and halves on that 1.25 and on that 1.50, that additional quarter and that additional half is going to be counted when we calculate your monthly pension benefit. However, it is not considered when we are tallying up years of vesting credit. So years of vesting credit, you can earn a maximum of 1.00, one full year of credit per calendar year is the maximum that can be counted toward vesting service. Okay. So I've already asked you to look at your personalized pension credit printout. This is what it looks like if you're not sure about the sheet that I'm referring to. Okay. So pension credit versus vesting credit. They're two different terms, two differently defined terms. Vesting credit is used, and the vesting credit is the max of 1.00 per calendar year. Vesting credit is used to determine whether or not you're eligible for a pension, and it's used to determine whether or not you're eligible for retiree health benefits. And it's also going to be used to determine how much you pay for retiree health care benefits. Okay. Currently, the vesting requirement, in order to be entitled to a pension, you only need 5 years of vesting credit. The 5-year vesting credit requirement came into play in 1999. Prior to that, it was 10 years. The 10-year requirement was in place from 1976 through 1998. And then prior to 1976, the vesting requirement was actually 15 years. So the plan has decreased that vesting requirement rule in accordance with federal regulations. Okay. The bottom bullet on the screen here, pension credit. Pension credit is used to determine how much you're going to receive for a pension on a monthly basis. So if you would please look at your personalized estimate with the B on the top right-hand corner. Um, some of you, if you have credit with the Carpenters, the construction pension plan, and credit with the Millman pension plan, you should have received a couple of sets of estimates in your personalized packet. So you might have more than one B estimate. They might be labeled B1, B2, and right underneath the B, it shows you if the estimates for the construction fund or for the Millman pension fund over there. So on your personalized estimate, we tried to do the estimates based on the date that you asked for on your registration. Some of you asked for a date that was, 5 or 6 years out, and of course we can't do that. So we picked a more recent date for your estimate. A few of you registered were not yet 55 years old, and we cannot generate an estimate until you are at least 55. So the date that we used for your personalized estimate was the date that you will reach age 55. The estimates that you received are based on the credit that is currently on our computer system right now. We are not allowed to project credit. We don't know how much credit you might work in the future. So we always say an estimate is an estimate is an estimate. It's just an estimate. It will change the older you get because of the early reduction factor if you are younger than 60, and it will change if you earn additional pension credit going forward. Okay. So how is your pension calculated? The big question here. It's really nothing mysterious. It's a simple formula, and the formula is that we take the number of years of credit that you've earned and we multiply by what's called a benefit accrual rate. Okay. The benefit accrual rate currently for the construction pension plan is $100 per year of pension credit, provided that at some point in time you did not incur a 3-year break for calculation. A 3-year break for calculation is if you have left the trade, you have stopped earning pension credit for a period of 3 consecutive calendar years. Okay. If you have at one point in time stopped earning pension credit for a period of 3 consecutive calendar years or more, then the accrual rate that applies to the years of credit prior to that 3-year period where you were gone is the accrual rate in place when you earned those original credits. And we'll look at an example of this when we look at some example slides coming up. So we'll look at some calculation examples. So the $100 accrual rate is for the construction pension plan. The Millman pension plan, the current accrual rate for the Millman pension plan is $66 per year of pension credit, again, provided that there's no 3-year break for calculation. Now, there is a big difference between those two accrual rates, but the contribution amount that the employer makes to the fund is considerably more for the construction plan than it is for the Millman pension plan. So the difference in the accrual rate is in part due to the fact that there is a very big difference in the contribution rate that the employer makes to the separate plans. Okay. If you retire prior to age 60 in the construction pension plan, there is a reduction for your age, and that reduction is 5% a year for each year that you are younger than 60. So if you retire at age 59, you will take a 5% reduction. If you retire at age 58, you would take a 10% reduction. Okay. That reduction is actually prorated by month. So if you retire and start your pension at age 59 and 11 months, you're not going to lose a whole 5%. You're only 1 month younger than 60, so you will lose 1/12 of 5%. If that's on the construction plan, if you retire early, meaning younger than age 60. On the Millman pension plan, the earliest you can start on the Millman plan, actually I did not say this, the earliest you can start on the construction plan is 55. 55 is the earliest you can start on the construction plan. On the Millman plan, the earliest you can start your pension is age 60. Okay. So it is age 60 for the earliest you can start on the Millman plan. You take a reduction for your age on the Millman pension plan all the way up until age 65. Retiring pre-65 on the Millman plan, the early reduction factor is approximately 6.6% for each year younger than 65. So again, if you go at 64, you'll lose approximately 6.6%. If you go at 64 and 11 months, you're going to lose 1/12 of that. So it's prorated by month for both plans. Okay. On your personal printout, if you go about halfway down on the B like in boy printout, you will see your years of pension credit that you have earned over here on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, under what says A 60 certain guarantee. Okay. So on your personal printouts, look for that A 60 certain guarantee. You will see your personal pension credit over here, and you will see the benefit accrual rate that applies to your credit here next to that. So in our example, our participant is 60 years old. He's worked for 41 calendar years, pardon me, from 1979 to 2019. But due to those extra halves and quarters that you can earn for working 1,500 or 1,750 hours or more within any given calendar year, he has earned 49 and a half years of pension credit during that 41 calendar years. So the 49 and a half years of pension credit is what we calculate on. He has never incurred a 3-year break for calculation. So the 49 and a half years of credit is multiplied by the $100 benefit accrual rate. Because he is already age 60 in the construction pension plan, there is no reduction for his age. So his monthly pension amount, his base monthly pension amount, is just the 49 and a half years multiplied by the $100 accrual rate to get a monthly amount of $4,950. This 60 certain guarantee is a lifetime benefit for the carpenter. So as long as the carpenter lives, the carpenter will receive $4,950 a month for the carpenter's lifetime. Okay. The 60 certain guarantee means that the plan guarantees to pay a minimum of at least 60 monthly payments. So under this option, if the carpenter starts his pension and receives 20 monthly payments, we guarantee a minimum of 60. So the carpenter receives 20 monthly payments and then the carpenter passes away. The fund has not fulfilled its responsibility of paying at least 60 monthly payments because the carpenter only got 20 monthly payments before he passed away. So there are still 40 more monthly payments due to the carpenter's designated beneficiary. Okay, the plan is going to pay out 60 monthly payments minimum. Second example, if the carpenter is receiving monthly pension payments and receives 59 monthly pension payments and then the carpenter passes away, there will still be one more monthly pension benefit due to the carpenter's beneficiary. Okay. Now, there is no maximum number of payments for the carpenter. Sometimes people hear me talk about this and they say, well, I'm the carpenter. Does that mean my pension stops after I get 60 payments? No. You, the carpenter, will keep getting monthly pension payments for your lifetime as long as you live. So if you, the carpenter, live and get 300 monthly payments or 400 monthly payments, you will keep getting monthly payments for your lifetime. But if you, the carpenter, have received 60 or more payments at the time you pass away, then there are no more monthly pension payments due to a beneficiary. Now that's under this A60 certain guarantee option. For those of you who are married, there are other options that we will talk about in just a little bit that will provide a benefit for your spouse's lifetime in case the carpenter passes away first. Okay. So 60 certain guarantee, and by the way, 60 months is 5 years. So it's a 5-year minimum guarantee. Minimum of 5 years, no maximum. The carpenter's still going to get the pension for the carpenter's lifetime. Okay. So our next slide is an example of someone who starts a pension prior to age 60 in the construction pension plan or prior to age 65 in the Millman pension plan. So in this example, the carpenter is 58 years and 2 months old. He's worked for 32 calendar years, but because of those extra halves and quarters, he's earned 42 years of pension credit for calculation purposes. So the 42 years of credit are multiplied by the $100 benefit accrual rate. But because this individual is not yet 60 years old, there is a reduction for his age. So he's 58 and 2 months old. So he receives, this is a percentage here, this reduction factor that's showing is a percentage. So if you move that decimal point over 2 places to the right, you can see the carpenter is receiving 90.833%. He's taking a reduction of almost 10%, 5% a year for each year that he's younger than 60. So his 60 certain guarantee amount would be $3,185 over here. Okay. So it's a lesser monthly amount because of the reduction for the participant's age. Occasionally, someone will ask at the in-person seminars, well, okay, I take that reduction now because I'm starting here at 58 and 2 months, but when I turn 60, then this reduction goes away and I get my full pension back, right? And the answer to that right question is no. This is a permanent reduction. The early reduction factor is a permanent lifetime reduction for the carpenter. So even if you end up stopping your pension and going back to work, when you come back on the pension rolls, there is an actuarial reduction that applies, and that still stays in play. There is always an early reduction for your age if you start your pension early. Now, the provision of the 60 certain guarantee works in the same way. It's still a guarantee of 60 monthly payments. So our next example on the slides is an example of someone who did have a 3-year calculation break. So in this particular example, the carpenter's 58. He worked from 1988 to 1996 and earned 11 3/4 years of pension credit. Then stopped earning pension credit from 1997 to 1999, which is our 3-year calculation break. Returned to covered employment and started earning pension credit again in 2000. And from 2000 to 2019, he earned 21 3/4 pension credits. So this first set of pension credit earned from 1998 to 1996 is going to be paid at the $50 benefit accrual rate that was in place in 1996. The carpenter's only 58 years old, so he's going to take a 10% reduction for his age. So it's 11 3/4 times 50 times the 0.9 gives us $528.75. Then we do a second calculation for the credit that was earned after the 3-year calculation break. So we have his 21 3/4 years that he earned from 2000 to 2019 multiplied by a $100 benefit accrual rate still taking a 10% reduction for his age to get $1957.50. We add these two numbers together, and the Carpenters' monthly amount on the 60 certain is $2,486.50 a month for the Carpenters' lifetime. Plan-wide, approximately 4% of all of the participants have some type of a calculation break. You, as a carpenter, if you have a calculation break, you have a right to file an appeal with the appeals committee of the Board of Trustees to ask for an exception to that calculation break, because we get a lot of phone calls at the fund office. People aren't happy about the calculation break. People put forth various reasons why they were unable to work during the period of time they were gone. So you have the right to appeal. I will tell you, though, that the Board of Trustees Appeals Committee has never granted an exception to the calculation break rule. They simply haven't been approved. The contribution rates that were in place years ago were significantly less than the current contribution rates now, and those contribution rates are directly tied to what the trustees are able to do with the accrual rate. Also, invariably at the seminars, I get a question about the accrual rate. And there's a lot of questions about, well, can that accrual rate go down, or will that accrual rate go up? So the accrual rate for any credits that you have already earned cannot go down. There's law under ERISA, which is the Employee Retirement Income and Security Act, and that dates from 1976. There's a rule under that called an anti-cutback provision. So once you have earned a pension credit at a certain benefit accrual rate, the trustees cannot decrease that benefit accrual rate for any credit that you have already earned. Okay. If the accrual rate were ever going to go down, and let's hope it doesn't, it never has in the history of the plan, but it is definitely a question that we get because people get nervous about it. If that accrual rate were to ever go down in the future, it would have to go down prospectively only, and that would mean for future credit. So any credit you've earned up to date would stay at the accrual rate in place now, $100 if you've never had a 3-year calculation break. But if at some point in the future it became necessary, the accrual rate might go down on future years of pension credit. Now, that's a big might. Your trustees do everything possible to ensure the safety and the financial well-being of your plan. Okay. There has not been any discussion at this point in time of reducing that benefit accrual rate. And in fact, last year, the plan was in such good shape that the trustees were able to make a significant improvement and have that $100 accrual rate apply retrospectively backwards on all credit that you had previously earned. When the $100 accrual rate first came into play, it was a prospective only rate. So know that your trustees are out there and they're working for you, and they have a very deep understanding of how important the pension is to all of you. Okay. So let me take a look and see about questions. It doesn't look like I have too many questions right now. If you take the 60 certain guarantee, will your pension stop after you get 60 payments? No, it will not stop after you get 60 payments. Okay, the 60 payments is for your lifetime. Question coming in about someone who is divorced and their former spouse in part of the divorce settlement was assigned part of the pension. I'm not going to talk about divorce questions during this seminar. We have a limited amount of time together, but I urge you, I want your questions to be answered. Please call the fund office next week. Our Quadro analyst, her name is Heather Purcell, So call the fund office, give Heather a call about your questions relating to your quadro with respect to any questions about pension after divorce. The monthly amount that we are showing here is indeed a gross amount, and it is taxable income, and we will talk about taxes when we move forward. Question about someone who's currently laid off due to the COVID situation. If you have a 3-year calculation break at the time your pension starts, what will happen? So right now, if you have credit in 2019, and I'm specifically talking about the construction pension plan, if you have credit in 2019, because that's when the $100 accrual rate went into play, and then you don't earn any credit for 2020, 2021, and 2022. That's 3 years, 2020, 21, 22, and you retire in 2023. Because you had credit in 2019 when the $100 came into play, you would still be eligible for the $100 accrual rate. However, if that $100 rate should go up in 2021 or 2022, maybe it goes up to $102 or $105. And again, that's a maybe, that is not a guarantee. If you have not earned any credit for 3 years, your credit would be locked in at the $100 rate and you would not get any increases. Okay. A couple of I see one question, someone who's out of the Carpenters Pension Fund of Illinois that we commonly refer to as Geneva. You should have received a phone call from the pension fund office staff. This pension information for the Geneva, and I had a couple people registered from local 174 out of Will County. This pension information does not apply to you. What will apply to you will be the health and welfare benefits, the insurance benefits that we will talk about in just a little bit. If you are out of Geneva or Will County, you should be calling the Carpenters Pension Fund of Illinois, Wilson McShane in Oak Brook, about your questions, or if you're out of Will County, you should be calling the Will County Local 174 Fund Office. Okay, I'm going to move on from questions because we do have a lot of material to cover. Still looking at your personal B pension estimates. We're going to talk about joint and survivor options. All of these joint and survivor options are available to you if you are out of either the construction or the Millman pension plan. If you have a joint pension between construction and Millman, it's called a limited pension, and the 100% option is not available. So these 3 options on the bottom portion of your personal estimate packet are a way for you, the carpenter, to take a little bit less money during your lifetime to provide your surviving spouse with a monthly pension benefit at the time you pass away, if you pass away first. So on my original example that I started using, and I'm just going to flip back a couple of slides here for a minute so you see where I'm at. My original example, the 49.5 years times the $100, gave me a monthly 60 certain amount of $49.50. Okay, so this monthly 60 certain amount of $49.50 is what I'm carrying through here on my joint and survivor examples. You can see here I'm starting with the $49.50 that was on the 60 certain amount. Okay, so on a 50% joint and survivor option, we start with the carpenter's 60 certain amount, and we multiply by the joint and survivor factor shown on your personalized estimates. Okay. If the carpenter and spouse are the same age, then for a 50% joint and survivor option, the factor is 90%. It's a 90% base. For each year younger or older that the spouse is from the carpenter, we add or subtract 0.4% to this 90% base. Now, you don't have to do the math. We've done the math for you. The estimate that you have in front of you on your personalized papers shows your joint and survivor factor. So 60 certain amount times the joint and survivor factor gives us a monthly pension amount for the carpenter, for the participant, of $4,455. Okay. So if the carpenter chooses a 50% joint and survivor option instead of the 60 certain guarantee, instead of the carpenter in my example getting $49.50 on the 60 certain every month, the carpenter will receive $44.55 every month for the carpenter's lifetime. When the carpenter passes away, the surviving spouse will start to draw 50%, will start to draw half of the carpenter's amount for the surviving spouse's lifetime. Okay. So when the carpenter passes away, the $44.55 here goes away, and the surviving spouse starts to get $22.27 a month for the surviving spouse's lifetime. On a 75% joint and survivor, again, we start with the 60 certain amount. When the carpenter and spouse are the same age, it's an 85.5% base. We add or subtract 0.6% for each year younger or older the spouse is than the carpenter on the 75%. So on my example, the participant amount, the carpenter amount on a 75% joint and survivor is $42.32.50 a month. The carpenter draws that for the carpenter's lifetime. When the carpenter passes away, the $42.32.50 goes away, but the surviving spouse starts to draw $31.74.50 for the surviving spouse's lifetime. On a 100% joint and survivor, again, we start with our 60 certain amount of $49.50, and we multiply by the joint and survivor factor. On the 100% option, if the carpenter and spouse are the same age, it's an 81% base, and we add or subtract 0.7% for each year younger or older the spouse is. So in the 100% option, the carpenter would draw $4,009.50 a month for the carpenter's lifetime. And if the carpenter passes away, the carpenter's $4,009.50 goes away, but the surviving spouse starts to draw 100% of that same amount for the surviving spouse's lifetime. Okay. Notice that these are surviving spouse benefits. The surviving spouse benefit in any of these options is not paid while the carpenter is alive. I'm going to say that again. It's not paid while the carpenter is alive. The surviving spouse's benefit starts the month after the carpenter passes away. Okay. The surviving spouse does not have to be of a certain age, and that surviving spouse's benefit would be payable to the surviving spouse for the spouse's lifetime, regardless of whether or not the surviving spouse subsequently remarries. Okay, so it's a lifetime benefit for the surviving spouse. Okay. So what you're doing, you are making a choice between the 4 payment options. When you fill out your pension papers, either you pick a 60 certain guarantee, which in my example was $49.50 a month for the carpenter, or you pick a 50% joint and survivor, or a 75% joint and survivor, or a 100% joint and survivor. So it's a choice between the 4 options. Okay. If you take the 50, the 75, or the 100, the carpenter is taking a lesser monthly amount for the carpenter's lifetime to provide a spouse's benefit for the spouse's lifetime if the carpenter passes away first. Well, what happens if the spouse passes away first? If the spouse passes away first, the carpenter's pension benefit will go back up. It's called a pop-up feature. The carpenter's benefit will go back up to the full 60 certain amount. So in my example, that was $49.50. The carpenter's benefit goes back up to the full 60 certain amount, and it goes back up the month after the spouse passes away. So for example, you've been on pension for 8 years, and you took a 75% joint and survivor benefits. So for 8 years, in my example, the carpenter here was drawing $4,232 a month because that's the 75% participant amount for 8 years. And then the spouse passes away. Well, there's no longer a need to have a reduction to provide a benefit for a surviving spouse. So the carpenter's pension benefit is going to go back up to the full $49.50 effective the month after the spouse's passing. Now, the carpenter does not get any back money for any pension payments he's received over the past 8 years, but the benefit does go back up to the full pension 60 certain amount effective the month after the spouse passes away. So that's what a pop-up feature means. If the spouse passes first, the carpenter goes back to the full pension amount. Okay. A second feature built into the 50, 75, and the 100% joint and survivor benefits is that there is a 60 certain actually built into all of these options. The plan is going to pay at least 60 monthly pension payments to somebody. So, for example, on a 50% joint and survivor benefit, the carpenter draws $44.55 and the carpenter gets 30 monthly payments, and then the carpenter passes away. So on the 50%, the carpenter's $44.55 goes away after the 30 payments when the carpenter passes away. The surviving spouse's benefit starts the next month, and say the surviving spouse gets 10 more monthly payments, and then the surviving spouse passes away. So the carpenter's gotten 30 payments, the spouse has gotten an additional 10 payments, and then the spouse passes. 30 plus 10 is 40. We've only paid 40 payments. We have not paid out our minimum guarantee of 60 payments. So the carpenter's contingent, the secondary beneficiaries, are going to receive the other 20 monthly payments because the carpenter got 30 and the spouse got 10. We've paid 40. So there's still 20 more payments due to bring us up to our minimum of 60, paid to the contingent, to the secondary beneficiaries, and that payout is at the surviving spouse's monthly amount. Okay. Usually somebody asks about a divorce. What happens if I get divorced after my pension starts? Well, let's all hope that that doesn't happen. But if it does, part of your divorce settlement may be that your soon-to-be former spouse in the divorce gives up the spouse's right to pension, and then your amount can go back up to the full 60 certain amount effective the month after the divorce. There are restrictions that apply around that. Again, our Quadro specialist at the fund office, her name is Heather Purcell. If you have specific questions about that, you give Heather a call. Once you start your pension and you make your choice between the A 60 certain, the B 50%, C 75, or D 100%, once you start your pension, you cannot change your payment option later on down the line. So make sure you think about what you want, possibly talk to a financial advisor to see what might be the best option for you. A lot of times people will ask, well, what's the best option? What's the best option? It's very individual. It really depends on your own personal financial situation. Some spouses have worked outside the home and have their own pension through the spouse's employer. Other spouses have just worked inside the home for all of these years and don't have their own pension. Some people have a large life insurance policy. Some people have large savings or some personal wealth. What really is best for you depends on your own personal financial situation. From a plan standpoint, it's actually very evenly split between all of these options. One option is not necessarily more popular than another option. I will tell you that federal regulations require that you choose at least the 50% joint and survivor option unless your spouse will sign a consent form to let you take the full 60 certain payment for yourself. Again, that is a federal regulation, not a plan provision. You must, if you are married, you must take at least a 50% joint and survivor option unless your spouse will sign off and let you take the full pension benefit under a 60 certain for yourself. We have a form in the fund office that we send out once we get your application in on which you indicate you want the 60 certain. If you're married, we'll send out that consent form. You and your spouse must both sign it actually in front of a notary public. Um, so that's what we have with these surviving spouse benefits. Going to take a peek here and see what I've got for questions. A couple of questions are coming through from some individuals. Actually, I see two questions from individuals who have both construction and mill payments. Please give the Retirement Benefits Department a call next week and we can talk you through the differences on those estimates. It's too much to explain in a group setting and especially in a group webinar setting. Question coming through about what happens if you pass away before you retire, and I will get to that on a different slide. So we will talk about that in a little bit. If you pass away before. Is the survivor option after the guarantee 60? If you take any of the 50%, 75, or 100%, the benefit amounts listed there are lifetime for the carpenter and lifetime for the spouse. So again, the 60 certain I keep talking about is only a minimum. There is no maximum number of payments on the 50, 75, or 100 to the participant or the spouse. So for example, you take a 50% joint and survivor, you, the carpenter, live for 25 years after retirement, and then you pass away, and then your surviving spouse starts to get a benefit. The surviving spouse lives for another 20 years. Yes, I know that those are ridiculous numbers, but I'm making a point here. It's a lifetime benefit for the carpenter and a lifetime benefit for the surviving spouse. Little bit of trivia too. Usually in person, somebody now raises their hand and says, well, how long? How long is a carpenter usually on pension before he passes away? As of 2018, I didn't do the numbers for last year, but I have the numbers from 2018. At the end of 2018, the average amount of time on pension before a carpenter passed away is actually 19 years. So 19 years of pension payments before a carpenter passes away is the average. But if you live for 25 or 30 or 40 years, you, the carpenter, are still going to get your monthly pension benefit for your lifetime. Okay. Let's see. What else we got over here? And what about if you get divorced and then remarry after your pension starts? Okay. If you get divorced and remarry after your pension starts, you cannot put a new spouse onto any of these joint and survivor options. So for the joint and survivor options here to be effective, you have to be married to the spouse who's going to receive those joint and survivor benefits at the time your pension initially starts. Okay. Another good question coming through, what if the spouse is less than age 60 or 65 at the time of the participant's death? It does not matter. The surviving spouse's benefit starts immediately the month after the carpenter passes away, no matter how old or young the surviving spouse is. So, for example, my husband is actually 16 years older than I am. So if we took a 50% joint and survivor option and he passed away first, even though I am younger than he is, right now I'm 52, I would start getting pension benefits immediately following his passing. Okay. Now there is a short application that I need to fill out, but conceptually the surviving spouse's benefit starts right after the participant's passing. No, you can't assign benefits to a new spouse. Question coming through about cost of living increases and bonuses. There are no cost of living increases built into the pension benefit. From time to time in the past, the trustees have granted increases or given bonus payments, what some people call 13th checks. Those are decided on a year-to-year basis by the trustees. Sometimes they happen, sometimes they don't. The most recent few years, in 2017, there was a bonus check equal to one extra monthly payment. In 2018, there was a calculated bonus, and it was a formula bonus based on the years of pension credit you had earned plus how long you had been on pension. Last year, in the fall of 2019, there was an increase, and how much that increase was depended on how long you had been on pension. The longer you had been on pension, the greater the increase was. So the largest increase was a 10% increase, and that was to people who had retired prior to 1999. And then it went down 10, 6, 4, 3, and 2% depending on how long you had been retired. So those are the three most recent years. Prior to 2017, there was a long stretch of time where there were no bonuses or increases. So prior to 2017, the bonus before that was back in 2008, and that was a calculated one-time bonus payment. So most of you have been around for a while. You remember that the market crashed in 2008 and the pension fund took a pretty big hit. So it took a number of years to recover from that financial hit that the pension fund took. So that's what goes on. So there are no cost of living increases guaranteed every year, and there are no bonus payments every year. So I am going to move on. I do see there are a couple of questions kind of reverting back to things that I have said already. I will remind you that in about a week, we will have this presentation posted to our website, so you can go back and watch specific sections. Or if you would like to have some a one-on-one, you can call the pension fund office, and the pension service representatives would be happy to address any questions that you have. Okay, moving on. If you have printed out your personalized information, I would suggest you put the B estimate that we've just been looking at and the C, like in cat estimate. I would suggest you kind of put them side by side on your desktop so that you and if your spouse is there with you, maybe you and your spouse can look at them at the same time. So in addition to making a choice between a 60 certain guarantee, a 50% joint and survivor, and a 100% joint and survivor, you have to also make a choice between having your pension paid out as a partial lump sum or not receiving a partial lump sum benefit. So as we go through here, I'll explain what I need. So the slide that I have up on the screen right now shows what your C estimate, with the C up at the top right-hand corner, that's what the printout you received looks like. Okay, so I'm going to change my slide here just so we can see the calculations in a little more detail. Again, I am still using my same example that I started with at the beginning of the presentation. My example Carpenters base monthly 60 certain amount is $4,950. Okay. If you choose to, you can have part of your pension paid out as a partial lump sum up front. You will still receive a monthly pension benefit, and you will still receive a monthly pension benefit for your lifetime. It's just your monthly pension benefit is going to be a little bit less of a dollar amount each month because you get a chunk up front if you choose the partial lump sum payment. This is optional. You do not have to select this option. So let's talk about the calculation. We start with your base 60 certain monthly amount, and we take 10% of that base 60 certain amount. Your C personal estimates shows your personal calculations. So my base 49.50 times 10% is $495. We take that $495 and we multiply it by an actuarial factor. Our number crunchers, our accountants and actuaries, come up with these, calculate these actuarial factors for us. They change every year, usually on July 1st, and sometimes at other times in accordance with federal regulations. This partial lump sum has been an option since 1995. The factors have consistently changed every July. There was one year where the factors also changed in March, and I actually can't remember what year that was off the top of my head, but it was quite a while ago. So in general, these factors change every July. They are based on a number of things, and I'm not going to pretend to you that I have a complete understanding of how they arrive at these factors calculations because I'm not an actuary, but they have to do with things like life expectancy and prevailing interest rates. Okay. So we take this $495, which is 10% of my example Carpenters base 60 certain. We multiply by the actuarial factor, and that actuarial factor changes for every month older or younger than, changes for every month older that you get. Pardon me. So the factor you have on your estimate there, if you don't retire in the month on your estimate, that actuarial factor is going to change a little bit each month. And it's a small change on a month-to-month basis. So if you get to be another month older, maybe in my example here, maybe it would be 188.9662 or something like that for each month older I get, or older that the carpenter gets. So the base times the actuarial factor gives us the partial lump sum payment amount. Okay. In this example, the carpenter would receive $93,536 in the first month in which he receives his first pension check. And we're going to talk about the taxability of this partial lump and a couple of options that you have in just a few minutes. So give me a minute before you start typing questions about those, please. Okay. This partial lump sum payment is paid one time to the carpenter upfront in the first month that we issue his first monthly pension check. So looks pretty good. You're going to get a big chunk of money up front. But you have to remember, if you choose to take advantage of this, then the monthly pension check that you will get on a monthly basis for the rest of your lifetime will be a lesser monthly pension. So to arrive at your adjusted monthly pension, we start with that base 60 certain off of your B, like in boy, estimate. We subtract off this $495 that we're converting to a lump sum, and we arrive at the adjusted monthly pension benefit, the lesser monthly pension benefit. So if the carpenter takes this $93,000 lump sum, instead of getting $49.50 on the 60 certain, he will only receive $44.55 a month for the rest of his lifetime. Now, this also applies to the joint and survivors, and we'll look at those in just a minute. But I want to talk about the partial lump sum payment a little bit more. The partial lump sum payment that's on your personalized estimates that you received, that is the maximum lump sum amount that you can receive. It's 10% of the total value of your pension. You can choose to take a lesser lump sum amount, lesser partial lump sum amount. So you can say, well, the partial lump sounds like a really good idea because I would like to get my mortgage completely paid off before I start my pension. And I want to make sure that my car is paid off. And I want to make sure I start out with a $0 credit card balance in retirement. But to do all that, I don't really need $93,000. I only need $30,000 to do all of that. You can tell us that you're interested in the lump, but you don't want the full partial lump listed on your estimate. You can give us a dollar amount that you want as a lesser partial lump. We will do the math for you. Actually, our computer system will do the math for you, and we will provide you with adjusted estimates that show what your monthly benefit would be if you take a lesser partial lump sum. You can do the math yourself a little bit too if you're good at math. So my example, I just said, well, I don't want a $93,000 lump sum. I only want a $30,000 lump sum. You can just divide backward. If you take your $30,000 divided by the actuarial factor that we're showing for you, you can back into how much you would lose off of your monthly pension benefit. So with a $30,000 lump in this example, instead of losing $495, I might only lose, I don't have a calculator. Whoops, I tried to bring up my calculator and it didn't actually work out exactly right. So you can do the math backward and figure out where you would be on the partial lump. It only takes a second for us to run adjusted estimates for you. So if you give the pension fund office a call and you say, hey, can you send me an estimate that shows how much my monthly would be if I took a 30,000 lump or a 50,000 lump or whatever figure you're thinking of, we would be happy to send those estimates out to you. We can certainly even email them out to you almost immediately. Okay. As far as the lump sum here goes also, just a little bit about your lump sum. Sometimes you're talking with a friend who's not a carpenter, and maybe you're talking to your friend Joe who works out in corporate America, and your friend Joe says to you, hey Bob Carpenter, how's your retirement planning going? What do you got saved up there for retirement? And your friend Joe says, well, I've got $1 million in my IRA. What do you have? What do you have, my carpenter friend? And you kind of sit there and you think, well, I've got my union pension, and I know I have my supplemental retirement plan at John Hancock. Maybe that's a few $1,000s, and that's what I've got, Joe. That's all I've got. Well, guess what? That statement, that's all I've got, you, my friends, have a heck of a lot. Okay, depending on how many years, and most of you sign up for the seminar today have a lot of years of service in. Take the comma, in my example here, the 993,536, take the comma in your partial lump amount here and move it over one place to the right. Because this partial lump sum payment represents 10% of the value of your pension. So for this particular carpenter, in this particular example, the total value of his pension is really somewhere around $935,000. Okay. Maybe that's not the million that your friend Joe says he's got, although I did see a couple people registered today had lump sum partial lumps over 100,000, so that would be more than Joe. But even in my example carpenter here, his friend Joe's got $1 million in the bank, and my example carpenter here has $935,000 in quote unquote the bank in his union pension. Joe's going to start to draw down on his IRA, and he's going to draw installment payments monthly, annually, quarterly, whatever it is from his IRA, and his balance on his IRA is going to go down. And at some point in time, if Joe lives long enough, he's not going to have anything left in his IRA. But you, the carpenter, or the carpenter in my example here with $935,000 as a pension value, it's not going to stop. At some point in time, if the carpenter in my example lives long enough and we've paid out more than $935,000 in monthly pension benefits, it's okay. We're still going to keep paying out those monthly pension benefits. You're not going to exhaust your monthly pension benefit like your friend Joe might exhaust his IRA. So it's a very valuable benefit. And maybe you're already aware of this, but I always feel like it's worth pointing out at the seminars, at the webinars. Also, it ties into a question I get about How come there are no guaranteed cost of living increases in the plan, or there are no guaranteed COLAs in the plan? We're in September now. Next month in October, the annual funding notices mail out. For about 10 years now, every year in October, you get an annual funding notice that shows you how much money is in the plan. So there's almost $3 billion with a B dollars in the construction pension plan. Mill, I'm sorry, I don't know the figure off the top of my head. It's considerably less. It's a smaller pension plan, but there's almost $3 billion in the construction pension plan. How come with $3 billion in the construction pension plan, can't we guarantee a cost of living increase, or can't we guarantee a bonus payment? Well, look at my example here. For this one particular carpenter in my example, we have to have $935,000 sort of on hand to cover what we've guaranteed pension payments for this particular carpenter. So while your pension fund is in really good financial shape right now, there are also a lot of liabilities that your trustees need to consider and make sure that they're in a position to cover going forward. We don't want to be in a position where we guarantee a cost of living increase or we guarantee a bonus payment for a while, but then we're unable to meet our responsibility of paying monthly pension benefits to the carpenters for their lifetimes. So that's where we stand with that. So I'm going to get back to your slides and your calculations now, kind of get off my soapbox of talking to you about how valuable your union pension benefit is. So still looking at your C estimates. Okay, if you have printed them, hopefully you have them side by side with your B estimate. If you take the lump sum option, you still have the same options that you have, the 50, 75, and 100% joint and survivor option, if indeed you are married. Okay, so in this option, taking the lump sum option with a 50% joint and survivor, the monthly benefit for the carpenter will be $4,009.50. The monthly carpenter for the surviving spouse will be $2,004.75. So that's in contrast to the benefit without the lump in my example. The carpenter's 50% benefit without the lump in my example was $44.55. So he's taking a reduction there. The same thing follows through with the 75 and the 100%. So you can see the dollar amounts on your personalized printouts. All of the same features apply to these 50, 75, and 100 with the partial lump. All of the same features apply. Okay, so there's still the spouse getting a pension benefit immediately after the carpenter passes away, no matter how old the spouse is. And there's still the pop-up feature that says the carpenter goes back to the 60 certain amount if the spouse passes away first. And that 60 certain pop-up starts the month after the spouse passes away. There's still 60 payment minimum built into the 50, 75, and 100% joint and survivor options. The 50, 75, and 100% joint and survivors are still lifetime benefits for the carpenter and the spouse. Again, no maximum, just 60 minimum built into those. So all of those same features apply to the monthly pension benefits with the partial lump sum option. Again, the partial lump sum option is an option. You do not have to take it if you don't want to take it. It's about evenly split between people who take it and people who don't take it. Okay. So if you do choose to take advantage of that partial lump sum payment, what happens with that payment? And I don't mean, are you going to take it to Vegas, or are you going to take a world cruise, or are you going to stick it in the bank? Okay. You need to think about tax consequences of the lump sum payments. Okay. The lump sum payment is taxable income. Okay. If you take the lump sum payment and you have it paid directly to you, that's your first option on the lump sum payment, is having it paid directly to you. It will be added into your taxable income for the year in which you receive it. We, the pension fund, are required to hold back 20% from your partial lump sum payment, and we will forward that to the IRS, just like the withholding on your paycheck, to credit against your federal income taxes. Please, 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 please understand that I am not telling you that it's a 20% tax rate on this. It is not. I am telling you we are holding 20% of this amount and sending it to the IRS on your behalf if you have this paid direct to you. The rate at which the partial lump is taxed depends on your own personal income level. Okay. So if 20% withholding is too much, when you file your taxes with the IRS at the end of the year, then you get a refund. If 20% withholding is too little when you file your taxes with the IRS at the end of the year, you may owe Uncle Sam some tax money. Okay. So please, Sherry is not telling you that this is taxed at 20%. I'm telling you we're going to hold back 20% and send it on to the IRS on your behalf, just like the withholding on your paycheck. Okay. You might want to consult a tax advisor to figure out your best option. We're going to talk about rollover options in a minute. Something I would like to point out to you, if you are starting your pension, commencing your pension at the end of the year, and if you've worked all year, so for example, let's say you're going to start your pension in December, and you're going to take the lump sum and you're going to have the lump paid directly to you. We're going to cut that lump check at the beginning of December when we cut your first pension payment, paid to you, hold back 20%. But when you file your taxes next year, you're going to have your working income for the entire year, and then you're going to add this partial lump paid directly to you on top of that. So it might have the effect of moving you up into a higher tax bracket. So just be careful about that. If you're retiring on pension at the beginning of January 2021, 2022, whatever year it is, you don't have active working income already kind of on the books. So while the partial lump sum paid directly to you is absolutely still counted in your taxable income for the year, a lot of times your retirement taxable income is less than your active taxable income. Okay. So something to think about with the partial lump sum option. If you have the partial lump sum payment option, if you decide to take it, your second option, instead of having the partial lump sum option paid directly to you, you can choose to roll over the partial lump sum option to a traditional IRA. Okay. If you roll over that partial lump sum amount to a traditional IRA, we pay the full amount of the lump to your traditional IRA at whatever financial institution that you tell us to send it to. We will not hold out any federal taxes, and you will be taxed on this money as you withdraw it from your traditional IRA. So no upfront tax withholding. We pay the whole amount to your IRA. You don't even touch this check. It's actually a paper check for the lump sum option. We'll talk about direct deposit on your monthly in a little bit. But this lump sum option, if you do a rollover, it is a paper check mailed to the financial institution of your choosing, direct to that financial institution. It doesn't even pass through your hands. Okay. You can roll this money, your partial lump sum, into your Carpenters supplemental retirement plan at John Hancock. So if you don't have your own traditional IRA, or you don't want to roll the partial lump money to a traditional IRA that you hold, another option you have is rolling that into your IRA at John Hancock. Okay, so you have that option of rolling it there. You don't have to do that, but it's something you might want to consider. Your John Hancock plan actually has very low fees, very low investment fees. Okay. Your third option on the partial lump sum option is rolling the partial lump over to a Roth IRA. So if you're familiar with a Roth IRA We pay the money to a Roth IRA. You pay taxes on it now in the current year in which we roll it to a Roth, but you are not taxed as you withdraw it from the Roth. So if you roll to a Roth, we still hold back 20%. Okay. And we send the check to your Roth IRA at your financial institution of your choosing. And as you withdraw it from the Roth, you do not pay taxes on that. Okay. In your handouts, not your personalized handouts, but the generic handouts that we sent, the pension packet, the lump sum form starts on page P8. It's on page P8, P9, and P10. And then there's a federally required tax notice after that that starts on page P11. So if you have that handout, if you look at page P8, part A of the form, you tell us whether or not you want the lump. The top box, no, you don't. The middle box, yes, you want the lump and you want the whole 10%. And then the third box says, yes, you want the lump, but you don't want the whole lump. You're going to tell us you want a lesser lump amount. Maybe, 30%, 30,000, 20,000, whatever your dollar amount is. Part B on that form, if you're taking the lump, you tell us yes or no that you're going to have it paid to you or roll it over to a financial institution. If you're going to do a rollover on part C of that form, you tell us your financial institution's information. And then part D of the form, if you are married and if you want to take the lump sum option, the partial lump sum option, your spouse must consent to your taking the partial lump sum payment. So that's what part D of the form in the packet is. Okay. Pages P11 through page P16, that's the federally required tax notice that we are required to provide you with respect to the lump sum option. So the federal government takes 6 pages there to tell you if we pay it direct to you, it's taxed in the year and you get it, and we hold 20% for federal taxes. If you roll it to a traditional, we pay the whole amount to the traditional. You're not taxed until you withdraw it. And if you roll it to a Roth, we hold back 20%. It's taxed when you pay it into the Roth, but not when you take it out. So you can read those 6 pages at your leisure and hear what the government has to say about that. So I'm going to look through a few questions here, but why don't we go to break? So we'll take about a 5-minute break here. It's 9:47. I'll start again at 9:53. So go grab a coffee, go use the restroom, whatever you need. And then when we come back, I'll have looked at the questions. I'll answer these questions and we will move on. I hope you're learning some things. So I'll see you again at 9:53. Boy, 5 minutes goes fast, doesn't it? Um, so we are back. Thank you for your patience. So while we took that short break, I looked through some of the questions that were coming through. And by the way, thank you for your questions. For the most part, they're general questions that I can answer. The first question is about the lump sum. Can you take the lump sum? Can you say no to the lump sum when your pension starts and then take the lump sum later on? And the answer to that is no. It is a one-time offering only. Only when your pension starts, when you initially start your pension, are you eligible for a lump. So even if you say no, you don't want the lump sum, and you go on pension for a year or two, you return to work, when you re-retire, you also cannot take the lump. It is a one-time offering only right at the very beginning of your pension. Your monthly pension benefit is taxable income, and we'll talk about the tax form for that in a little bit, but the monthly pension is taxable. You can choose whether or not you want us to hold federal income taxes from the monthly check. That is up to you. Um, Someone who has both construction and Millman credit in both funds asked about the lump. Can you take the lump sum from the construction plan and not take the partial lump sum from the Millman plan? And the answer to that is yes. There is an independent election. You can take construction but not mill but not construction. You can take them both. You can leave them both. So they're independent elections for those two plans. Someone else, actually two other people, typed questions again about having estimates for both the construction and the Millman plan under that limited pension option. I am very sorry, but this webinar setting is not the setting to answer individual questions about a limited pension. When you have both pensions, construction and mill, it gets a little complicated. Please, 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 I want you to get the assistance you need. Please call the pension fund office and we would be happy to spend time with you going over those different estimates. You can just call at any time, or you can call up and set up a personalized appointment time when you or maybe you and your spouse together are available to talk with a representative. The last question I saw come through, not the last one, but the last one I'm going to go over right now, is someone who is not currently married but is thinking about marrying. Is there a time limit that you have to be married before you can elect a joint and survivor option? In order for a joint and survivor option to be payable, you have to be married for at least 1 year. But if you want to start your pension, you don't have to wait a year after you get married to start your pension. So you could get married now, start your pension in a month or two. Hopefully you make it through the year requirement and you don't pass away over that year. We'll keep our fingers crossed for you. But if something did happen to you in that first year of marriage, what would happen is we would pay out a 60 certain guarantee benefit, and then your new spouse would sort of get a pop-up benefit too. So the person who asked that question, I would also encourage you to call the fund office and talk to a rep on a one-on-one basis for a little more detailed information about that. We will talk about when we need to file our pension application a few slides forward, because there were a couple of questions about that. So I'm going to move on the slides. We're actually running a little bit late. I have a tendency to talk too much, apparently, even in a webinar setting. So I apologize to y'all for that. Again, remember, you can call the fund office with any questions that I didn't get to. I'm not trying to slight anybody. We just need to move on here. So our next slide is about SSA.gov. If you have not yet created your personal account with the Social Security Administration, I would encourage you to do so. You go to SSA.gov. You can sign up to create your personal Social Security account. Okay. You can get a personalized estimate of how much you're going to draw from Social Security using myssa.gov. You can apply for your Social Security benefits online, and you can request a replacement Social Security card. So two things that I focus on with SSA.gov. Number one is a replacement Social Security card. Many people, when it's time to retire, have no idea what happened to that Social Security card they first got years ago. Okay. As part of the pension application that you need to submit, or if you apply for a supplemental retirement plan distribution from your John Hancock plan, if you apply for either of those distributions, you will need to send us a copy of your actual Social Security card. So if you don't have it, can't find it, if the dog ate it, I would encourage you to actually do that ahead of time. That's something you can easily do ahead of time to prepare for retirement. Get a Social Security card. If you don't have one, make sure you know where you keep it and you save it. The other thing that is important on myssa.gov for what we're going to talk about next, our next payment option, is obtaining an estimate of benefits from Social Security. So many of you might be familiar with these. We used to get them every single year from Social Security in the mail. I haven't gotten one for a while. Somebody told me that once you reach a certain age, Social Security starts sending these out to you again every other year. But whatever the case is, you can get a Social Security estimate that looks something like this from Social Security online. Okay. This next option only applies to the construction pension fund. It does not apply to the Millman pension funds. Okay. It's called a level income option. It's been around since 1996. And I'm going to go through it a little bit quickly because it's not a terribly popular option. But if it's something that piques your interest, something that you think, hey, maybe I might be interested in that, get a Social Security estimate from myssa.gov or call Social Security, send it into the fund office, and we can send you out personalized estimates. So in order to take advantage of this option, again, from the construction fund only, it does not apply to the Millman fund. You have to be at least 60 years old and have current pension credit. And by current, I mean you need at least 1/4 of a year of pension credit in the year in which you're going to retire or one of the preceding 2 years. So you have to be within a 3-year window. You have to have at least a 1/4 year of credit. So this option makes it possible for you to receive about the same amount of money monthly in total pre-Social Security and post-Social Security. So if you are retiring and commencing your pension benefit at 60, that's too early for Social Security. The earliest you can start to get a Social Security benefit is age 62. So let's look at an example. In my example, the participant's choosing to retire and apply for pension when he is only 60 years old. He worked for 37 years, and in those 37 years, he earned 42 years of pension credit. Okay. The 60 certain guarantee from the pension fund is calculated by taking his 42 years of credit and multiplying by a $100 accrual rate. To get a monthly pension benefit from the plan, his pension is $4,200 a month. He logs on or calls Social Security and gets an estimate from Social Security, and Social Security says that when he's 62 years old, he would be eligible to draw $1,200 a month from Social Security. Okay. He sends the pension fund office his Social Security estimate that shows he's entitled to $1,200 a month from Social Security. We take that $1,200 estimate from Social Security, and we again have a book of actuarial factors that our number crunchers have come up with. And they say that in this situation for someone 60 years old who's going to start Social Security at 62, the factor we use to calculate his level income amount is 0.580. Again, these factors change every July, and they change with each month older or younger than that you become. So the $1,200 Social Security multiplied by 8580 percentage there on the level income factor gives us a level income amount of $1,029.60. So if we take the $1,029.60, turn that off to turn the page. This $1,029.60 that we had, that we just calculated, gets added to the 60 certain amount of $4,200. So $4,200 for the pension plus $1,029.60 off the Social Security estimate multiplied by our level income factor. This particular carpenter could draw $5,229.60 a month from the pension fund. He would start drawing that from the pension fund at the time his pension kicks in, and he would keep drawing that until the Social Security actually kicks in. So seeing this, you think, oh, goody, I can have an extra $1,000 a month from the pension fund until my Social Security kicks in to help supplement my income. Hey, that sounds like a great idea. Go ahead, sign me up. I want that. Well, there's no free lunch in this world. We're all old enough to know that. So there has to be an offset somewhere. So here's what happens. We take this 5229.60, and at the time Social Security starts, when the carpenter reaches 62, we take the 5229.60 that the pension fund was paying the carpenter. We subtract off the full amount received from Social Security of $1,200, and then the pension fund starts paying the carpenter $4,029 a month for the rest of the carpenter's lifetime. It is called a level income option because your income is level both before and after Social Security. Before Social Security kicks in, the pension fund office pays you the $5229.60 every month. Once Social Security kicks in, you're still getting $5229.60 every month, but you're getting $1,200 from Social Security, and you're getting $4,029 from the pension fund. Now, if you remember, before the Social Security level income was elected, I'm going to go back 2 slides here. There we go. Sorry, not cooperating here. The carpenter's monthly pension benefit from the pension fund, if he did not choose this level income option, he would get $4,200 a month every month for the rest of his lifetime from the pension fund office. But because he's chosen the level income, and we paid part of the level income option, or we paid him the level income option from age 60 up to age 62, the benefit from the pension fund office is actually going to be $4,029 instead of $4,200, and that's going to be for the carpenter's lifetime. Okay. This level income option is available with the joint and survivor payment options also. Okay. If you are interested in the level income option and you want to see what your joint and survivor payment options might be with that, again, send us in your Social Security estimate, and we will send you back a personalized estimate with the level income figures that you can expect. Please remember, it's for the construction pension fund only. You must be at least 60 years old to take this and have at least a quarter year of credit in the year in which your pension starts, or one of the immediately preceding 2 years. I want to briefly talk about disability pension. Okay. In order to qualify for a disability pension, you need to have at least 15 years of pension credit, or if you do not have 15 years of pension credit, you need at least 10 years of pension credit, provided that you earned at least a quarter year of credit. You had at least 250 hours in the year that you became disabled, or one of the immediately preceding 5 years. Okay, that's on the construction pension plan. On the Millman pension plan, you need at least 10 years, provided that you have a quarter in the year you become disabled, or one of the immediately preceding 2 calendar years. Okay. That's the credit requirement for a disability pension. You also need to meet the definition of disabled. Okay. You need to be disabled under the provisions of the pension plan. And that means that you are unable to engage in any type of substantial gainful work activity. Substantial gainful work is work that utilizes either physical or mental capacity, and you do either physical or mental duties. So it is not enough to just be unable to work as a carpenter or in the building trades industry in order to qualify for a disability pension. So your knees have given out, or you have a rotor cuff tear, or something like that. That's not necessarily grounds enough to qualify you for a disability pension. If you have a rotor cuff tear, you could still do a desk job, or you could possibly still work light duty. Okay, so you need to be disabled for any type of substantial gainful activity. Gainful activity means that it's work performed for profit. You're paid for that work. In 2020, the Social Security Administration sets a substantial gainful activity limit as $1,260 a month. So if you're able to earn more than $1,260 a month, that is considered substantial gainful work. As proof of disability for a disability pension, you must either submit a Social Security Disability Award letter, which is kind of the gold standard. If Social Security says you are disabled and they're going to start paying you Social Security disability benefits, then the pension fund is pretty much going to take Social Security's word for it. We're going to say, okay, send us a copy of your Social Security Disability Award letter so that we can see that Social Security has deemed you disabled, and then we will put the process in motion and get you the disability pension paperwork that you need. If you do not yet have Social Security disability, or if you've been denied Social Security disability, in lieu of the Social Security award letter, you could submit to the pension fund office medical records to substantiate your claim of disability. The pension fund, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical expert, none of my team is a medical expert. So what we do with the medical records that you submit to us is we send them out to an independent medical consultant. And that independent medical consultant evaluates your medical records to determine whether or not you meet the definition of disability under the plan, meaning that you are disabled for gainful employment. Again, not only disability as a carpenter, but disability for any type of gainful employment. Okay. I will tell you, we've been using the medical consultants for, I want to say 4, maybe 5 years. And sorry, the time frames are escaping me exactly right now. It is difficult to send in medical records to prove total disability. I mean, some things are an easy determination. You know, you have cancer, you have only X amount of time to live before the cancer is going to unfortunately take your life. That's kind of a slam dunk. But things like your knees are bad, your shoulders bad, stuff like that, it's very, very difficult to get a determination of disability from the medical consultants. So I'm not telling you not to try. Everybody's more than welcome to file an application should they want to do that. The paperwork that we send out to you, the handouts that we sent out to you, include a pension application that we will talk about in a little bit. But it does not include disability paperwork. So if you're listening today thinking you want to go for a disability pension, give the fund office a call and tell us that you need the disability paperwork. You were at the webinar and you got the papers, but you need the extra pages for disability because there's about 6 other pages to the application for disability. So what are the advantages of a disability pension? Well, under a disability pension, you do not have an early reduction factor. So there's no early reduction factor involved. It's calculated, the pension amount is calculated as if you were 60 years old. Okay, so there's no age reduction, or 65 for MIL. Okay. A disability pension has the same payment options that an early or a normal pension have. So the 60 certain guarantee applies. You have choices between the 50 to 75 and the 100% joint and survivor options. The partial lump sum option is an available choice. Again, an option. You don't have to take it. The level income, however, is not available on a disability pension. I mean, the assumption is you're disabled and you're going to start drawing Social Security disability at some point in time. So the level income option is not available on a disability pension. Work restrictions under a disability pension also differ. So at the very beginning of the presentation, when we talked about prohibited employment, we talked about we look at the type of work you can do. We don't really care how much money you're making on an early pension or a normal pension, as long as you're not working in what we consider to be prohibited employment. For disability pension, there's an extra layer to that test. You certainly cannot work in any type of prohibited employment. You can't do any carpentry or building trade work. I mean, you're disabled. The expectation is that you're disabled and you're unable to work. Under disability pension, though, we add a layer of testing layer kind of, and you're limited to $1,260 per month, and that's the Social Security Administration substantial gainful activity earnings limit. They adjust it annually. Every year it goes up a couple bucks, maybe 20 or 40 bucks a year. So what type of work could you do on a disability pension? Well, work that's not considered to be substantial. So the example I like to give, I told you all at the beginning, I've been with the fund office for years and years. I've been the manager since 2020. Back when I was a pension processor, I processed a disability pension for one particular carpenter. Unfortunately, he has since passed away, but he was on a disability pension and he just wanted to get out of the house a little bit every week, So what he did literally was he worked at McDonald's in the morning. He baked the biscuits at McDonald's in the morning for a couple hours a day, a couple of days a week. He was able to do that even though he was disabled. He earned a little tiny bit of money working at McDonald's baking biscuits, but it got him out of the house for a couple of hours a couple of times a week. So again, on a disability pension, the expectation is that you are disabled and you are unable to work. So that's why the work restrictions differ. So one of the questions that came through earlier that I did not answer at the time because I knew I had a slide about it was, what happens if I, the carpenter, pass away prior to starting my pension? So pre-retirement death benefits. So if you are married at least 1 year at the time of your passing, under the construction pension fund, it is a pre-retirement 100% joint and survivor benefit. Okay, you have to be married for at least 1 year, unless your death is accidental. So you pass in an automobile accident or something like that, and you have not been married for 1 full year. The 100% joint and survivor benefit pre-retirement would still be payable if your death is accidental, if you haven't been married for 1 full year. So there is no lump sum option available to a surviving spouse. So on your personal printouts, you would be looking at the B like in boy printout. And on the construction fund, you'd look at the 100% joint and survivor benefit. So that is the amount of the benefit that would be payable to your surviving spouse. If you are younger than 55 in the construction pension plan and you pass away prior to retirement, we basically pretend you were 55 at the time of your passing. So we do the calculation as if you were 55 at the time of your passing if you pass pre-55. Okay. It's a surviving spouse's 100% joint and survivor benefit on the construction plan. On the Millman plan, you have to be married at least 1 full year at the time of death. There is no exemption to that 1 year requirement for an accidental death. And the Millman pension benefit for a surviving spouse is a 50% joint and survivor benefit. So again, looking at the B like in boy estimate, the surviving spouse amount under the 50% option is what you would be looking at under the Millman pension fund. Your surviving spouse does not have to be any particular age. Your surviving spouse's benefit would start the month after you, the carpenter, pass away. Of course, there's an application and some paperwork to be filled out, but conceptually, the benefit starts the month after you pass. The spouse does not have to be any particular age. It is a lifetime benefit for your surviving spouse, regardless of whether or not the surviving spouse subsequently remarried somebody else. Okay. So that's what happens if you're married. If you are not married and you pass away pre-retirement, okay, or if you're not married, at least a year in the mill. If you are already early retirement age at the time you pass, but you're not married, it's a pre-retirement 60 certain, and it's calculated the same exact way your benefit is calculated on your estimate, on your B like in boy estimate that you have there in your hand. So a pre-retirement 60 certain if you are at least early retirement age, which is 55 on the construction plan and 60 on the Millman pension plan. If you are not married and not yet early retirement age, there's something called a death benefit pension. I don't even know if anybody registered today would meet this criteria, but the death benefit pension basically is we multiply your years of service by the death benefit rate, and that gives us a total benefit that we would pay out, and we would pay it out over 60 months to your designated beneficiaries. There are some credit requirements also with the early retirement death benefit. If that would apply to you, please give a service representative downtown in the pension fund office a call, okay? And we will go over that with you so that you understand how that works, okay? Your next piece of paper in your personalized packet that you received has a D like in David at the top right-hand corner, and it's a listing of your beneficiary designation dates and your current, or rather current John Hancock balance. So pertaining specifically to pre-retirement death benefits, okay. Most of you registered today are from the construction pension fund. So the second item down, construction pension fund beneficiary designation date, okay. You want to look at the date we have listed there. Is that a good current date? Has anything happened in your life after that date which would have prompted you to update your beneficiary? For example, did you get married? Did you get divorced? Anything like that. If that beneficiary designation date seems to be good to you, it's perfectly fine. You don't need to worry about it. If that date is an older date and you think, oh, gee, I got divorced after that date, well, maybe you should update your beneficiary because chances are your former spouse is probably listed on a beneficiary form. Or maybe you got married after the date listed there. You know, you want to make sure that you have your current spouse listed as your beneficiary on your beneficiary forms. Okay. In your handouts, there are beneficiary designation forms. Okay, it's a small handout. There's only 3 pieces of paper in that. Each of the beneficiary forms is two-sided. So the very first form, if you have the handouts, it says Defined Benefit Pension Plan Beneficiary. Defined Benefit Pension Plan. That's for the Construction Pension Fund or the Millman Pension Fund. So that's for you here on the Construction Pension Fund or here on the Millman Pension Fund. The form that says Defined Benefit is the form you use to update that. Excuse me one moment. Talking too much there. I needed a little sip of water. The fourth line down here, Supplemental Retirement Fund Beneficiary Designation, that's for your John Hancock account. Okay. A lot of people registered here today do not have a beneficiary form on file for their supplemental retirement plan. Okay. You really should consider sending in that beneficiary form. Now, under both plans, or under all 3 plans actually, construction pension, mill pension, and the supplemental retirement plan, there is an order of succession in place if you don't have a beneficiary form on file. And that order of succession, for those of you without a form on file, first up would be your spouse. If you're not married, it would be your children in equal shares. If you're not married and don't have any kids, it would be your parents in equal shares. And if your parents are no longer with us, Then we would revert back to whomever you named on your welfare fund life insurance form. So the very top section here on your D printout where it says welfare fund active plan of benefits life insurance date, look at that date, because as I glance through the printouts for today, a lot of these dates are old dates. So who do you have listed for your active life insurance benefit? And that active life insurance benefit, maybe to refresh your memory, if you are eligible for the active working carpenter health benefits, included with that is automatically a $50,000 life insurance benefit. So that $50,000 life insurance benefit is going to go to whoever you have designated as a beneficiary here on this welfare fund beneficiary date. So the first form in the handouts for beneficiary forms is the defined benefit form, which is for the construction and mill. The second form in the handouts says right at the top of it, supplemental retirement fund beneficiary form. So that's the second form. And then the third form is a life insurance beneficiary designation form, and that's for the active plan of benefits life insurance. Okay. All of the forms are two-sided or 2 pages. So if you have printed out the handouts at home and if you printed them out one-sided, that's perfectly fine. If you're going to mail in the form, make sure you mail in the 2 pages, what would be the front side and the back side. It's okay to send it in as 2 separate pieces of paper. Okay. I also want to talk to you a little bit about the forms themselves. On the front of the form, you're going to name your primary beneficiary. Generally, for those of you who are married, you usually want your spouse to be your primary beneficiary. So your spouse would go on the front of the form. I'll talk about if you're not married in a second. So your spouse is going to go on the front of the form as the primary beneficiary. I recognize that there are 3 lines, 3 sections on the front of the form to name a primary beneficiary. If you're married and you want your spouse to be your primary beneficiary, you only fill in one of those sections. You leave the other 2 sections blank. On the back side of the form, you list your contingent, you list your secondary beneficiaries. Who would you want to get your benefits in case your spouse passes before you, or goodness forbid, you're both killed in an automobile accident? Okay. A lot of times people who have kids want to name their kids as their secondary beneficiaries. On these forms, there are 3 spaces for kids on the pension forms and 3 spaces for contingents. Again, most people want their kids. You don't have to name your kids. If you have more than 3 contingents, more than 3 children, give us a call, or if we can send you out an extra form, or if you're printing from home, just print an extra page 2 of the form. I would strongly suggest you list all of the children separately if your intent is for those kids to split the benefit. Okay. The example I give when we do these in-person seminars where we can see each other's faces, you have 3 kids, Johnny, Susie, and Tommy, and you think, well, Susie's a good girl. I'm going to leave this entire benefit to Susie because I know that Susie's a good girl and she's going to split the benefit with her brothers and sisters. Well, I personally have no doubt that Susie's a good girl and she is going to split that benefit with her brothers and sisters. But what happens is if you only list Susie, it's all going to be taxable income for Susie. Okay, so Susie might be a good girl and split it with her 2 benefits, but Susie's the one who's going to end up paying the income taxes on the benefit. The second part of that story is you really never can be sure what's going to happen once somebody passes away. Maybe there's going to be some tension and some friction between the kids. You know, my dad passed away a few years ago. I have 2 brothers. We get along perfectly well. We love each other lots. But there was a little bit of tension about who was going to get what out of the estate. So if your intent is for the kids to split it, list the kids separately. You don't have to do that. If you do want Susie to get it all just for Susie, feel free just to name that one child on the form. Now, if you are not married, you can name whoever you choose as your primary beneficiary. You can name more than one person as your primary beneficiary. Okay, you just fill out the form separately. Okay, if you have a trust, okay, let's first talk about if you are married. If you are married and have a trust, you should still just list your spouse as your primary beneficiary on the front, and then you want to possibly list your trust as your contingent beneficiary on the back, okay, as a secondary beneficiary. Think also, and please talk to your legal advisor about a trust and listing a beneficiary. We will be paying out the benefit, especially I'm talking about the monthly pension benefit, that will still get paid out in monthly installments. Okay. So if you, the carpenter, have gotten 10 monthly payments and you pass away, and then your spouse gets 20 monthly payments and your spouse passes away, that's only 30 payments in conjunction. There are still 30 monthly pension payments to be due. The pension fund is going to pay those 30 monthly pension benefits out over a 30-month period. We're not going to pay it in a lump sum. So what that means for you, if you have a trust, the trust is going to have to stay open for 30 months to receive those incoming pension payments. Okay. It costs money to leave a trust open. A trust has to file its own federal income tax forms, federal income tax returns every year. A lot of times an attorney assists with the trust. So do you want that trust to stay open to receive any remaining payments that might be payable? I can't answer that question for you. That's a question between you and your attorney, but it's something to think about. Okay. I see quite a few questions coming through here. So I'm going to just take a moment here and look. Who qualifies as a beneficiary? Anybody you want can qualify as a beneficiary. What page is the beneficiary form? The 3 beneficiary forms are their own separate handouts. So there's one of the handouts says, I don't have the names in front of me, but one of the actually I do have the names in front of me. Let me just look right here. One of the handouts, it's handout number 4, it says beneficiary forms. That's where the forms are in your handouts. There's a couple personal questions here about the dates of your beneficiary. I cannot do personal questions on the webinar here. Please, please, please call the Retirement Benefits Department next week, and we can talk you through your beneficiaries. We can verify for you who's on the forms. We can't tell you who's on your beneficiary form, but we can verify that for you if you call the fund office. Someone says they didn't get all the pages in their personalized packet. Please give the pension fund office a call next week, and we can re-email your personalized packet to you. Trusts. There's a question about life insurance and retirement. We'll talk about that when we get to the health benefits section of the presentation. Again, if you want to find out who your beneficiaries are, give the fund office a call. We cannot tell you who they are, but we can verify if the person you're telling us you want on the form is your beneficiary or not. These beneficiary forms, if you choose to fill them out at home, you need to send those into the pension fund office. We used to require, and in fact, this was just a couple of months ago, we made this change. We used to require that you send in the actual paper form. You mail it into the pension fund office. We got some new advice from legal counsel a couple of months ago. You can fill out these forms at home, and you can scan them and email them or fax them to the pension fund office. So if you have a printer scanner at home, fill out your updated beneficiaries at home and email them into the pension fund office. Okay. The email for the pension department is just the word pension at crccbenefits.org, Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters.org. And if you can't remember that, or if I said it too fast, on the handout packet, on the important telephone numbers page, which is the first page of the pension packet, our email address is right there for you. One final question I'm going to handle, and then we're going to move on because we still do have a lot of information to cover, is can you designate percentages for the beneficiaries? On the pension fund form for the construction or mill pension fund form, you cannot designate a beneficiary percentage. So any beneficiaries are going to split the benefit equally on the construction or the millman pension plan. But on your supplemental retirement plan, on your John Hancock, and on the life insurance, if you look at those forms, in each beneficiary section, there's a box that says share percentage. Okay. You can list a percentage. So if you want Susie to get 50% and then Johnny and Tommy to each get 25%, you can do that. You can list share percentages. Make sure your share percentages add up to 100. Okay. If you have 3 kids, each of those kids would get 33 1/3%. Okay. 4 kids, each kid would get 25% if you want an equal split. So make sure you list the share percentages there. That's actually all the questions I see coming through right now. Again, thank you so much for your questions. They help the presentation move along and help me remember things that I'm supposed to say sometimes. So, once you are retired and receiving a pension benefit, there is a $3,000 lump sum death benefit payable from the pension fund upon the carpenter's passing from the construction pension fund. This assumes that you are already receiving a pension benefit at the time of your passing. If you are not yet receiving a pension benefit at the time of your passing, then this benefit is not payable. The Millman Pension Fund also has a death benefit, but it is a $2,000 death benefit, not a $3,000 death benefit. If you are an individual that receives both a construction pension fund check and a Millman pension fund check, pardon me, you don't get $3,000 plus $2,000. You get the $3,000, you get the greater of the two, and what happens is the construction pension fund pays $1,500 and the Millman pension fund pays $1,500. So if you get a check from construction and mill, you get the $3,000 max. It's not a 3 plus a 2. Okay. Those of you who are eligible for the active working carpenter medical benefits right now, you have a $50,000 life insurance policy that we talked about a few minutes ago. That life insurance policy is good while you are still eligible for the active working carpenter medical benefits. Once the active working carpenter medical benefits end, that $50,000 life insurance benefit ends also. You have the option of converting that to a self-pay basis. If you are interested in converting that $50,000 life insurance policy to a self-pay basis when your active benefits end, you only have 30 days after your active benefits end to change that to a self-pay basis. Aetna was the carrier for that for years and years. Aetna has now changed to Hartford. I do not have premium rate sheets available from Hartford, but if you give the health benefits department, or they're also called the participant services department, down at the fund office a call, they can send you out information about converting the benefit to an individual self-pay policy. The health benefits or participant services department, when you call in their menu option 3, so when you call the fund office at the 787-9455 number, which again is in your handouts, you would push menu option 3 to talk to the health benefits department about a conversion application. I will tell you that it's not cheap, but Hartford will accept you without any type of a physical examination. So if you have pre-existing conditions and are unable to get life insurance somewhere else or don't have other life insurance, you might want to consider it. completely up to you. The fund makes absolutely no money off the benefit. And if you do convert it to an individual self-pay benefit, you would make your premium payments direct to Hartford. The fund office is pretty much out of the mix with that if you do that. I don't see any additional questions coming through on that. So we're going to start talking about when you should file your pension application. Okay. There are some complex federal regulations surrounding the filing of an application and more specifically the timeframes in which the pension fund has to provide you with certain information. We have to provide you with a written explanation of all the different ways we can pay out a partial lump. We have to provide you with a written explanation of the joint and survivor options and the 60 certain option. And we have to provide you with information about the calculation of the lump sum. So the federal regulations that surround all that say that we cannot provide you with pension forms earlier than 180 days, and 180 days is 6 months. That's the earliest we can send you out an application. And we have to send you out an application at least 30 days in advance, unless you exercise this waiver clause that lets us send you something 7 days. It's crazy. The regulations are complex. What you should remember is that you should apply for pension 90 days ahead of when you want your pension to start. Okay. So those of you who indicated that you want to start your pension January 1st, okay, now is the time to be filling out those pension applications, and at the end of September and the beginning of October is the time you should be sending in January 1st pension applications to the pension fund office. Okay. Previously, applications had to be either turned in by hand. You'd come into the fund office. Well, right now, due to the coronavirus, the fund office is completely closed to outside visitors. We have no in-person appointments at all. So you can either submit your application by U.S. mail or UPS or FedEx or whatever you'd like to do, or, again, this is a new change just within the last couple of months. You can also complete all of your pension papers and then scan the forms and email them in, or you can fax in the forms. I know scan and email now is, of course, what most people do, but we do still have a fax option available if somebody has a multi-machine at home where you could fax things in. So now is the time to be sending in applications for January. If you are here listening to this webinar thinking, oh no, I wanted October 1st and Sherry's telling me that I needed to send everything in 90 days in advance, okay? There are some exceptions and there are some things that we can do with time frames. So if you are thinking about a date right now, sitting there listening to me today, and it's sooner than 90 days, please, again, give the Retirement Benefits Department team a call and we can talk with you about your personal options and you know what you could potentially qualify for. The packet that you received today, including the estimates, the personal information, the packet that you received, the handouts along with your personal information, is considered a valid pension application. So you can print out those handouts and you can use the personalized estimates that were sent out to you to fill out and return to us as your pension application. Okay. The 6-month, the 180-day time frame starts now, starts today. So the forms that you have, the handouts that you might print out, and your personal paperwork is only good to use for an application if you are retiring between now and February, starting your pension between now and February. If you want to start your pension March or later, you're going to have to call us later on when you get closer to your retirement date. I would say maybe call us 4 months out to request an updated pension application. And I say call us 4 months out so we can get it out to you, and then you have time to fill it out and get it back to us within 90 days. Okay. Due to the coronavirus situation, some staff is actually in the office. For example, the managers and supervisors are in the office full time. We have some staff rotating in and out of the office and some staff working permanently at home. during this particular point in time due to the coronavirus. We don't have enough space in the office for everybody to be 6 feet apart. So some of our staff's been working at home since the end of March. But some things are taking a little bit longer, folks. Somebody working from home can't throw something in the mail for you today. They have to prepare it and they have to email it downtown, and we have to have the clerks print it out, and then the clerks get it in the mail for you. So it's taking a little bit longer to handle things via the postal system. If you are someone who is comfortable with email and who has a printer at home, we can absolutely email things back and forth with you as you apply for your pension benefits. Okay. A question just came through about age. We count your age as of the first of the month. One moment, please. We count your age as of the first of the month. So if you are going to turn 60 on January 20th, we will count you 60 as of January 1st. Okay. You don't have to go past your birthday and start your pension the next month. We can start your pension the first of the month in which you in which you turn whatever age you're thinking about retiring. Okay. Effective date versus award date. Okay, so the effective date is the date you're first entitled to benefits, and the award date is the date we issue your first check. So I mentioned you should be applying 90 days in advance. While everybody doesn't always do what they should do, there are always some people who apply at the last minute. Applying 90 days in advance gives us time to go back and forth with you. If you didn't send in a birth certificate, or you didn't send in a marriage certificate, or you didn't answer question 10 on the application, we have time to go back and forth with you and say, hey, we still need this from you, or hey, we need some clarification on this other question. Okay. If you push it to the limit and you're applying at the very end of the deadline, and by that I mean, technically, if you apply in September, or let's keep using January. If you apply in December, we can still issue you a check for January. You would still be entitled to January money. If you apply in December, you would still be entitled to January pension money. Again, we prefer you're applying 90 days in advance, but if you're somebody who does things last minute and you send in your application in December for January, you're still entitled to January money. You're entitled to a January effective date. But your award date, the date we cut your first pension check, I guarantee you is not going to be January 1st. Okay? We need a minimum of 60 days to process. And right now, especially with things taking longer with the coronavirus, 90 days in advance is better. So if you're a person who pushes things to the limit and you send in your application, say on December 15th, and you tell us you want a January effective date, and we need to go, even if we don't need to go back and forth with you, even if everything is perfectly completed on your application and you're sending it in December, we're not going to have enough time to cut you a check for January. So maybe we'll cut you a check for February 1st. And that February payment will be retroactive, and it will also include your January payment. All pensions start on the first of the month. There's no such thing as a pension starting on the 10th of the month, or the 15th of the month, or the 27th of the month. So all the pensions start on the first of the month, and we pay the month ahead. So the check that you get at the beginning of January is for the month of January. The check that you get at the beginning of February is for the month of February. Okay. Your first pension check will be a paper check. All subsequent checks must go direct deposits. Okay. Your first pension check is a paper check that comes out to you from the post office because we are required by law to send you a bunch of notices at the time your pension starts. We're required to send you a copy of the suspension of benefit rules. We're required to send you a pension fund summary plan description book. We're required to send you appeals rules. We're required to send you a bunch of things. So administratively, what we do is we put all of those things we are legally required to send you in the envelope with your first pension check. If you choose the partial lump sum option, paid direct to you, that partial lump sum check will also be in the envelope with your first check and all the rest of these legal notices that we are required to send out to you. So that will all be together in the same packet. Some questions coming through. The monthly pension amount is indeed taxable income, and part of the pension application that you're going to complete is a tax form to let us know whether or not you want us to hold taxes out of the monthly pension. The gross amount, the full amount of your monthly pension is taxable. Okay. So even though, and we're going to talk about health benefits in just a little bit, even though we're going to deduct health benefit premiums from your pension check if you choose to take advantage of the retiree health benefits, it's still the full amount, the gross amount of your monthly pension benefit that's taxable. Another question coming through, are one-on-ones done by phone? So we used to have a very, very full schedule of people coming into the office to apply for their pension benefits. Well, now that we can't meet in person, we are still taking appointments, and we do those appointments over the phone. And if you like, we can even do those meetings as what's called a go-to meeting, which is basically like a FaceTime if you have an iPhone, so we could actually see each other if you'd like to do a go-to meeting type situation where we can do a video chat, or we can schedule one-on-one time with you over the phone. Now, if you have a one-off question just about something I said here, please absolutely feel free to call the pension fund office with just that quick one-off question. But if you're looking at this pension application packet thinking, oh my goodness, there's so many forms here, I need help filling out these forms, give the Retirement Benefits Department a call and set up a telephone appointment or a video appointment. The representative can call you at the designated time. If you're married, maybe it's a time when you and your spouse are both available, and you and your spouse don't even have to be in the same place. If your spouse works outside the home, or if you're at work, we can call you on at one place and we can conference in a second line to have your spouse on the phone with you at the same time. So we are absolutely doing one-on-one appointments over the phone. We are also accepting, I'm going to jump around here. I'll come back to this credit adjustment slide since I'm talking about some other things here. At this time, we are also accepting copies of documents. Okay. For years now, we have required original county certified birth and marriage documents. Okay. We still need the county certified document, but right now, since we cannot meet one-on-one in person, and we understand that many people are very reluctant to send their original documents in through the mail, we are accepting copies of county certified marriage or birth certificates. Now, for proof of marriage, we still cannot accept a religious certificate. So we can't accept the certificate the church gave you when you got married, or the synagogue gave you, or the mosque gave you when you got married. Okay. But if you have your original county certified marriage document, you can make a photocopy of that county certified marriage document and send it in. The same thing with a birth certificate as proof of age. We cannot accept the little commemorative certificate that most people have, like from the hospital with the little footprints on it. We cannot take that, but we can take a copy of your county certified birth certificate. So copies right now are being accepted, since we can't meet in person. And that information in the pension packet handout still, there's a page on page P21. It says important notice, and it talks about appointments being available via telephone and about our temporarily accepting copies of documents. Okay. I already mentioned to you when we talked about myssa.gov that we need a copy of your Social Security card. So you will need to send in a copy of your Social Security card. And we will need copies of your government issued photo ID. Basically, that's usually your driver's license for you and for your spouse. Again, copies. I already mentioned that mandatory direct deposit starts with your second pension payment. The pension is federally taxable, and in part of the pension application in that pension handout, there is a federal tax form for you to fill out and return to us. You can adjust federal income tax withholding at any time. You just fill out a new income tax withholding form and you send it in to us. It takes 30 days to process the change. So sending in a federal tax change on the 28th of the month is not going to get your federal taxes changed for the first of the next month. It's going to take a whole 30 days to process. Okay. Questions coming through about the dues. Once you start collecting your pension, are you required to pay your dues? Your dues are a local union matter. You need to talk with your local about the dues, find out what benefits you get from the dues. I will tell you that on our end, in order to be eligible to continue to use your HRA card, those of you who have been actively working, in January of 2019, we started an HRA program where $1 an hour for every hour you work goes on to your HRA health reimbursement account card. You must be current with your dues even as a retiree in order to be able to continue to use that HRA card. There are other benefits available to you if you keep paying your dues. There are benefits through the Midwest Coalition of Labor I know that are available. And again, I refer you back to your local. Talk to your business agent, your financial secretary about your dues at the local. Even if you are applying for pension now and you want your pension to start in January, filing your pension application doesn't mean you have to stop working. I mean, I'm telling you, you need to file your application 90 days in advance of when you start your pension. You absolutely can keep working for those 90 days between when you file and when your pension starts, but you cannot work in the month in which your pension starts, or you cannot work in prohibited employment in the month in which your pension starts. If we already have your marriage certificate or your Social Security on card, things like that on file, if we already have those items, you do not need to resubmit them with your pension application. But what you do need to resubmit with your pension application, even if we already have it from maybe a John Hancock withdrawal a year ago or 6 months ago or something, you must always submit copies of your photo IDs with your application. So if we already have your birth certificate, marriage certificate, also the other thing I didn't mention is divorce papers. If we don't have divorce papers on file from a prior marriage, indicating to us that you get to keep your pension or that your former spouse is assigned part of your pension, divorce papers also have to come in with your pension application. All that type of stuff, if we already have it, you do not need to resubmit it. But even if we have an old photo ID from an old application for something, you must resubmit your photo IDs. Some personal questions about rolling over lump sums, retiring December 1st. Please call the pension fund office. Again, more questions about the dues. I refer you back to your local union. Please talk to your local union about the dues. I'm going to back up to the slide that I skipped over here. We're almost done talking about pension, and then we'll talk about the supplemental retirement plan. Because we process pensions so far in advance, okay, all of your hours, if you are still working up until the time your pension starts, all of your hours might not be in and entered and posted to our computer system at the time your pension benefit first begins. So if you're going to start your pension January 1st, but you're going to work up until the end of December, the hours that you worked in December, the employer contribution reports and money for those December hours aren't even due to the fund office until January 15th. So it is quite common for some hours to come in for the month of December that you worked after your pension already started in January. So what we do as an administrative practice is after your pension starts, and this slide says approximately 3 or 4 months. Quite frankly, lately it's been more like 4 or 5 months. Administratively, we go back and we recheck everybody whose pension started. We recheck to see if extra hours have come in after your pension started and if those additional hours have given you an extra quarter or a half year of credit. If indeed those hours that are coming in late, or maybe not even late, but just coming in after we've already done your initial pension calculation, come in, we make an adjustment to your pension about, as I said, maybe 5 months after, 4 months after your pension starts. When we adjust your pension, we recalculate to give you that extra quarter or half or whatever it might be, and we give you the back pay that we owe you for the months of pension you've already received. So generally, an extra quarter year of pension credit, depending on how old you are when your pension starts and which of the payment options you choose, 50, 75, or 100, generally an extra quarter is going to yield about an extra $18 or $20 a month. Okay. So when we adjust you for that extra quarter, we'll up your pension by that $18 or $20 a month or whatever your personal numbers work out to. And then we'll give you the back money, the $18 or $20 a month that we owe you for the few months that you've already received pension. Now, why am I telling you that we've moved this out to probably a 5-month area right now? Things are taking longer with staff working at home, and we've just had to reallocate resources. We need to make sure we process new incoming pension applications and supplemental retirement plan applications for withdrawals. And processing those things, making sure someone gets their full pension check started on time, has to take an administrative priority over having us process maybe a $20 adjustment. Now, if you're someone that $20 is important to you and you need it right this minute, by all means, give us a call. Let us know. We'll make sure we get it processed for you. But if I, as a manager, am making a choice between having a staff member process a $20 adjustment for somebody or making sure somebody who needs their pension check to start next month for a $2,000 or $3,000 pension, I'm going to have that staff member process the pension application. So I do apologize to all of you that things are taking a little bit longer, but I do hope that you can have a little bit of an understanding about that with the current situation in the world. So the next bullet on here, before we move on to the supplemental retirement plan, the next bullet on here is that the full adjustment is made to your monthly pension benefits. So if you've elected the partial lump sum benefit and additional hours come in to increase the amount of credit you have, that full adjustment is going to get tagged on to your monthly pension benefit for the rest of your life. It is not going to impact on the amount of the partial lump sum pension that we've already paid out. As I mentioned at the beginning when we were talking about prohibited employment, we take, you are able to work less than 40 hours a month if you are at least 65. If you're at least 65, you're able to work less than 40 hours a month. And if you're 70 and a half, you're actually able to work full time while still drawing your pension. Well, any employer who hires you is still going to be required to contribute to the pension fund for those 39 hours a month or the full-time work once you're 70 and a half. So that will mean that you will be accruing additional pension credit. Those credit adjustments are made once a year in April of every year, and that is retroactive to January of any given year. Okay, so we do credit adjustments for the 39-hour rule and for the hours that you're working with respect to the 70 and a half if you're already 70 and a half. Okay, I'm going to jump over and just look at some questions. Let's see what came through. It didn't look like too many came through. A few I answered as I was just talking there. A couple questions about health benefits and health benefit eligibility. We'll talk about those when we get to health benefit eligibility. One moment, please. Um, a couple questions about the required documents. We always need a proof of age, a birth certificate for you, the carpenter. There's a few other things that suffice in lieu of a birth certificate, and that's in your handout packet. We can take things like a passport or naturalization papers. So that's in the pension packet on page 22, if you'd like to look at that. So we always need proof of birth for you, proof of age, actually, for you, the carpenter. If you are taking one of the joint and survivor options, the 50, the 75, or the 100, then we also need proof of age for your spouse and your marriage certificate. Even if you are not taking a joint and survivor option, but you want to carry your spouse on the health benefits that we'll talk about in a few minutes, if you want to carry your spouse on your health benefits, we will need a marriage certificate in order to carry your spouse on your health benefits. Likewise, if you have dependent children that you want to carry on your health benefits, we're going to need a copy of the dependent child's birth certificate showing that the carpenter is a parent. That's actually all that's come through for questions. So I am going to talk about the supplemental retirement plan here just briefly because Tom Kelly from John Hancock, who has actually joined the presentation, he's just listening to me talk now. After I talk about the retiree health benefit package, Tom Kelly is going to come on to tie everything together and talk about retirement readiness, retirement planning, and talk a little bit more about the supplemental retirement plan. So Tom, if you're on, I'm running a little bit late because, as you know from the in-person seminars, I always tend to talk a little bit too much. So I will let you know as soon as we're ready to move to you.
Sherry, I am here and I'm ready. Take your time.
Thank you so much, Tom. Okay. So supplemental retirement plan. As of June 1st of this year, the contribution rate into the supplemental retirement plan is $8 an hour for the construction pension plan. And that's the collective bargaining agreement for Cook County. I think it's Cook and DuPage. I'm not sure. You can double check with the contributions department, but most of you have an $8 contribution rate to the supplemental retirement plan. The Millman rate is considerably less, and it depends on the individual Millman employer's collective bargaining agreement with the union. So you might want to check with the contributions department about that if indeed you are out of the Millman pension fund. The supplemental retirement plan started in June of 2000, and that contribution rate has gone up and down over the years. In June of 2000, when the supplemental retirement plan started, the contribution rate was initially $1.50 an hour, and it's gone up and down, $1.50, $1.90, $2, $2.20. After the market crashed in 2008, and the pension fund needed to do some shoring up on the defined benefit pension side, the trustees reallocated some of the contributions from the supplemental retirement plan over to the regular pension plan for pension plan funding. So at one point in time, for a couple of years, the contribution rate to the supplemental plan was actually down to 10 cents an hour. That move by the trustees was absolutely successful because your pension plan, the defined benefit pension plan that we've talked about for most of this presentation up to now, is back in good financial condition. So the last few years, we've seen this rate go up $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 a year. So you have an individual account in the supplemental retirement plan. You do not have to withdraw that money from the supplemental retirement plan at the time you retire. Okay. In fact, you really should consider leaving that money in your account and withdrawing it just as needed. You can do partial distributions. You can do monthly installment payments, monthly, quarterly, or annual installment payments. The fees in your supplemental retirement plan are much lower than any other private investments, well, not any other, but many other private investments that you're going to find out there. And Tom can talk about that a little bit more when Tom comes on the line to do his part of the presentation. If you do choose to withdraw your supplemental retirement plan balance, then you have the same options for having the supplemental retirement plan paid as you do on the partial lump sum from the regular pension plan. You can have your partial lump sum balance paid directly to you, whereby John Hancock will hold back 20% to credit against your federal income taxes. You can do a rollover to a traditional IRA, or you can do a rollover to a Roth IRA. So those options remain the same for the partial lump sum and your supplemental retirement plan. Okay. If you are interested in taking a distribution from the supplemental retirement plan, you would contact John Hancock to request a supplemental retirement plan distribution form. You can call John Hancock at the phone number listed there, or you can log into the John Hancock website. John Hancock recently redesigned their website, and it's a really nice redesign. So you can log on to that website and request forms. Something not in your slides, but I would like to mention to you, in April, the trustees amended the supplemental retirement plan to allow for an additional type of distribution due to the coronavirus. So many people have already taken advantage of this. It is certainly not mandatory by any means. But if you are struggling a bit financially, and if you have not yet taken what's being called a coronavirus distribution from your John Hancock plan, you can take a one-time distribution from your plan of up to $15,000. If you are younger than age 59 and a half, there is no additional 10% penalty. Some of you might be familiar with the fact that if you take a retirement plan distribution pre-59 and a half, the IRS generally charges you a 10% excise tax. Under the CARES Act that Congress passed, these coronavirus distributions are not being charged that extra 10% excise tax. And the taxability of your distribution can be split out over 3 calendar years. So if you take a $15,000 distribution, $5,000 could be declared as taxable income this year, $5,000 can be declared as taxable income next year, and $5,000 can be declared as taxable income the following year. So you can split out that tax liability over a 3-year period. Again, we encourage you to leave your money in the supplemental retirement plan. It's there to supplement your retirement, but we also have an acknowledgement of the fact that a lot of the carpenters, especially the guys who work the trade shows, work has definitely been cut over the past several months. So the $15,000 coronavirus distribution is an option. However, that goes away at the end of September. So if you are interested in doing that and have not yet done it, that coronavirus distribution form comes from the fund office. It does not come from John Hancock. So you call the Retirement Benefits Department for a coronavirus distribution form, or you can download it off of our website at crccbenefits.org. So that's out there. All completed supplemental retirement plan applications, if it's a coronavirus one, that you get it from us, or a retirement distribution that you're getting the forms from John Hancock, they all come back to the fund office for processing. You never send an application direct to John Hancock for processing. Okay, comes to the fund office. As with a pension application, you can send an application in by U.S. Postal Service mail, or you can send it in by fax or email. Currently, we are at approximately a 3-week, a 15-business-day turnaround for supplemental and distribution processing. For a long time, we were at a 10-day turnaround time, but these coronavirus distributions, a lot of people are opting to do this, especially, again, the trade show guys who haven't had a lot of work lately. So our applications have almost tripled, and our processing time has only gone up by about a week. So we've allocated extra staff to processing these, but turnaround times have just gone up a bit. So I'm not seeing too many questions come through about the supplemental plan, which is good because Tom's going to talk about that a little bit more in his presentation. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to do a 5-minute break. Actually, it'll be about an 8-minute break. We're going to come back at 11:20, and I will talk about health benefits. And then when I am done talking about the health benefits, Tom will do his part of the presentation. It does look like we're going to go a little bit past noon. So if you are going to need to drop off the presentation due to other commitments, please know that the entire recorded presentation will be posted to our website in about a week. So I'm going to stop talking now, and we'll see you back here at 11:20. So it is 11:20 and we are back. Um, most of the questions that came through during the break are things that I have spoken about already. So again, I'll remind you the recording will be posted to our website in about a week. And I will also remind you that you can always call the Fund Office Retirement Benefits Department. We'd be happy to answer any questions or set up an individual appointment to talk to you. I mentioned a moment ago that the Hancock website got a refresh. So you can all be among the first to know that our website, the Fund Office website, is going to get a refresh later this year. And it's actually going to be turned into an interactive website where you will have a login ID. You will be able to do things like generate your own pension estimates. You'll be able to see your hours reported. You'll be able to see your pension credits. Eventually, you'll even be able to see your medical claims, your EOBs, and things like that online. So we're excited about it. We've been working on it with our vendor, and that should be launching later this year. In fact, the Fall on the Level newsletter that we'll be mailing out in a few weeks, we'll have a little blurb in there to let everybody know about that. So. Okay, on to what for many of you is a big concern, something that a lot of people are even more concerned about than pension benefits, and that is retiree health care benefits. Certainly a very important aspect of retirement planning. So we're going to talk about eligibility requirements. We will talk about premiums. We will talk about active eligibility versus retiree eligibility. We will talk about postponing enrollment for the retiree health benefit coverage, and we will talk about different types of coverage that are available to you, different things that you can choose from on the retiree side. So in order to be eligible for retiree health benefits, and as we go into this, you might want to go back to your personalized printouts, the A printout that shows you your pension credit. Okay. So in general, to be eligible for retiree health benefits, you have to have at least 10 years of vesting credit. And remember, the vesting credit total does not include those extra halves and quarters on the 1.25 years or the 1.50 years. Okay, you can only count 1.00 per calendar year toward your vesting credit. If at any point in time you did not earn vesting credit for 3 consecutive calendar years or more, so you have a 3-year calculation break on your pension, then you also have a different requirement for retiree health benefits, and that is you need 15 years of vesting credit to be eligible for retiree health benefits if at some point in time you had a 3-year calculation break on the pension side. So on the in-person seminars for years and years and years, I talked about the coverage first. And all everybody wanted to know right up front is how much does it cost? So a couple of years ago, I changed around the presentation. So let's look first and see how much your retiree health benefits are going to cost you. And then we will talk about the coverage. Okay. So on your A personalized printout, at the bottom of that printout, find the line that says vesting credit. So the line on that shows you how many years of vesting credit that you have. So then you come over here. Let me change this. You come over here and you look at down this first column for your years of vesting credit. Okay. The overwhelming majority of you registered today have 30 or more years of vesting credit. Okay. So you would use the bottom line to determine the amount you're going to have to pay as a premium for your retiree health benefits. Okay. So the first column here that I'm putting a check mark by is for your Blue Cross and Blue Shield if you are not yet Medicare eligible. So if you are not yet Medicare eligible, the first column is the per person per month cost for your Blue Cross and Blue Shield. So if you have 30 or more years of vesting credit and you are not yet Medicare eligible, or your spouse is not yet Medicare eligible, you're going to pay $187 per person per month for the Blue Cross and Blue Shield. If you are Medicare eligible, or if your spouse is Medicare eligible, then you're going to look at this middle column that I just put an X by. And if you have 30 years of vesting credit, if you or your spouse, or maybe even a disabled dependent child, is already eligible for Medicare, then instead of paying $187 for the Blue Cross Blue Shield Comprehensive Major Medical, you will only pay $47 a month for the Blue Cross Blue Shield, which will be a supplement to your Medicare. Okay. So pre-Medicare, $187 a month if you have 30 years or more, because we, the fund office, is your primary carrier for your health insurance. Post-Medicare, and Medicare starts at age 65 unless you are disabled. Sometimes if you're disabled, you get Medicare early, but generally Medicare starts at 65. Medicare is your primary insurance, and your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield is your Medicare supplement, and with 30 or more years costs you $47 per person per month. Okay. If you want to elect the prescription drug coverage, I'm putting a little circle in that third column, the prescription drug coverage will cost you an additional $75 per person per month. Okay. So if it's you and your spouse and you are both not yet on Medicare, Blue Cross Blue Shield is 187 times 2. And then the prescription drug coverage is $75 times 2. So you're going to have to do a little bit of math. If one of you, either you or your spouse, and it doesn't matter who might have Medicare first, if one of you is on Medicare and one of you is not, the Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplements $47 for the person on Medicare, plus $187 for Blue Cross Blue Shield for the person who's not on Medicare, plus 2 times prescription drug, 2 times 75 for the prescription drug coverage. So that's how you would do the math. They are independent elections. So if you want the Blue Cross and Blue Shield, but you do not want the prescription drug coverage, that's perfectly fine. You would only pay for the Blue Cross Blue Shield. Or vice versa. You don't want the Blue Cross Blue Shield, you only want prescription drug coverage, then you only pay for the prescription drug coverage. Okay. The spouse and the dependent children follow along with the carpenter. What do I mean by that? In order for the spouse and or dependent children, and by the way, dependent children can be covered up until the age of 26. If the child is disabled, they can be covered past the age of 26. Dependent children up to 26. The spouse and the dependent children follow along with the carpenter. So the carpenter has to elect Blue Cross Blue Shield in order for the spouse and the children to have Blue Cross Blue Shield. The carpenter has to elect prescription drug coverage in order for the spouse and the children to have prescription drug coverage. Okay. The carpenter can elect one benefit and you can choose not to put the spouse and the kids on. So maybe the carpenter only wants Blue Cross Blue Shield for himself, and the carpenter also wants prescription coverage and only wants to put the spouse and the kids on the prescription coverage. That's perfectly fine. The carpenter can be alone on the coverage without the spouse and kids added, but it cannot work the other way around. The spouse and the kids can't have any particular type of coverage unless the carpenter is enrolled. Vision and dental are separate, and we'll look at vision and dental premiums in a little bit. Okay. So I sometimes feel like when I bring up this chart, it's kind of sticker shock to everybody. You look at the chart and you think, holy Toledo, I have to pay that much for retiree health benefits once I retire? Well, in reality, these premiums are incredibly cheap. Okay. The fund office does not make any money whatsoever off of the retiree health benefit premiums. And in fact, these premiums don't even cover the entire cost to the plan of providing retiree health benefits. I absolutely encourage you to go out there on the open market and see what is available as far as premiums and coverages on the open market. You will find that the Carpenter premium rates here are extremely reasonable. If you are someone who falls into the 30-year or more tier level, you're only paying about 25% of the total cost to the plan of providing the benefits. The active working hours subsidize someone, a retiree with 30 years or more. That premium is subsidized by about 75% by active working carpenter hours. That subsidy continues all through all of the years. It's just the fewer years you have, the less of a subsidy you get. Even someone with only 10 years of vesting credit, there's still about a 40% subsidy on the premium. So please, I absolutely urge you to go out there and see what's on the open marketplace, or even just talk to your friends who have to pay for coverage. These premium rates are extremely reasonable. They have not increased since 2011. The trustees evaluate the need for an increase on a year-to-year basis. That said, I think the fact that they have not increased since 2011 speaks to the fact that the trustees understand that how much you're going to pay for retiree health care premiums has a tremendous impact on the standard of living you can maintain in retirement. Your trustees are doing everything they can to make sure that we do not have to increase these premiums. Now, they haven't increased since 2011. Which is quite some time. I would expect that at some point in the future they will increase. I do not have any information available on when they might increase. I'm hoping it's going to be a long, long time before they increase, but the reality is that prices on things do go up. So we will see what is to happen. If indeed you have the HRA card, your health reimbursement account card through Connect Your Care, you can, provided that you are still a member in good standing who keeps up his dues, provided that you are still a member in good standing with your local after retirement, you can continue to use your CYC card for your health reimbursement account, and that can even be used to pay for retiree insurance premiums. Now, by that, what has to happen is the retiree insurance premiums are deducted from your pension check. But you can call us for a receipt of what you pay in retiree insurance premiums, and you can submit to CYC Connect Your Care for reimbursement under your HRA for the retiree health benefit premiums, provided you still have money in your HRA account and provided you're still a member in good standing. That HRA account can also be used to handle co-payments or out-of-pocket expenses under the retiree plan of benefits that we'll look at going forward. So what happens when you retire, technical glitch here. Let me clear all these drawings so they're not on the next screen. Sorry about that. Okay. So when does your retiree health benefit coverage start? Well, if you are not eligible for the active working carpenter health insurance at the time your pension starts, then your retiree health benefits are going to start on your pension award date. That is the date that we cut your first pension check. Even if your pension money goes retroactive on your first check. Remember the example I gave was somebody wants to start their pension in January, but they don't send in their application until mid-December. We don't have time to process their first check for January, so we process their first check for February. Okay. In that situation, if that carpenter is not eligible for the active benefits, the retiree health care benefits are going to start in February on the award date when you get your first pension check if you are not eligible for the active plan health benefits. So even though we go retroactive on the pension money, provided that you've applied, we just didn't have time to process you, we do not go backwards on the retiree health benefits. They're tied to your pension award date. It's slightly different if you are eligible for the active plan of benefits under the health care when your pension first starts. So you're going to run out your active eligibility first before you go on to the retiree plan of benefits. Number one, your hours are what's sponsoring your active plan of benefits. And you're not paying out of pocket a premium for your active benefits. So what happens is when you fall below 1,000 hours for the past 4 work quarters, your active plan of benefits will end. And actually, the 1,000 hours right now, due to the coronavirus, the trustees have made a temporary change to the active plan of benefits. This 1,000-hour requirement right now is actually only 750 hours. Okay, I'm sure that will go back up, but right now there's a 750-hour requirement instead of 1,000 due to the coronavirus improvements the temporary coronavirus improvements the trustees made. So when you fall below the required number of hours on your active benefits over the past 4 quarters, your eligibility for the active plan of benefits will end. And at that time, you have 2 options. The first option is the one that most people do. You move from the active plan of benefits onto the retiree plan of benefits. That's option number 1. When you fill out your pension papers, you're going to fill out forms to tell us whether or not you want to enroll in the retiree benefits when your active benefits end. We code that into our computer system that, yes, you want this coverage or that coverage, whatever your choices are. We code that into our computer system when we put you into the computer system to get your first pension check. And then automatically, when your active benefits end, you move on to the retiree benefits. You do not pay for the retiree benefits, so you don't pay those premiums that we looked at a minute ago until after your active plan of benefits end. The premiums will automatically be deducted from your retiree pension check starting the first of the month after your active benefits end. So, for example, you retire for January 1st, but you've been working steadily up through December. Your hours are probably going to carry you on active eligibility into next year, possibly up to the June 1st quarter, or maybe even up to the September 1st quarter. So for the first several months of the year, even though you are a retiree and you're getting a pension check, your insurance will still be paid under the active plan of benefits. Okay. So as long as you have that active coverage, you will not be paying for or moved to the retiree plan of coverage. So that's your first option. Your second option is to go from the active plan of benefits onto COBRA continuation coverage for up to 18 months. And then after COBRA continuation benefits, you can move to the retiree plan of benefits. Now, COBRA, sometimes people think, what's this mysterious thing called COBRA? I don't know what this is. Well, there's really nothing mysterious about COBRA. COBRA is actually an acronym for a law, and that law is the Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act, and it's from like 1985 or 1986, something like that. And all the law says is that when your active benefits end, you can choose to purchase a continuation of your same active benefits up to an 18-month maximum. Okay. There are other limits under COBRA, like if somebody passes away, a surviving spouse can buy COBRA for 36 months, but just so you know, there's different limits. And we will talk about surviving spouse retiree health benefits. Just give me a few slides. Okay. So if you choose to, when your active benefits end, you could go on to COBRA for 18 months, which is really the same benefits that you have as an active carpenter. And then after COBRA is over with, you can move on to the retiree benefits. I don't have a slide with the COBRA premiums, but they are more expensive than the retiree premiums. And if you have the handouts in the health benefit information handout number 3, on page H3, so on the third page of that handout, the current COBRA premiums are there. So for active COBRA, to buy the active plan of benefits for additional months after your hours run out, to keep the full package, it's $581 per person per month. And the full package includes dental and vision. Without dental and vision, the active COBRA is $528 per month. Okay, so this route, the number 2 route, going on COBRA first, not too many people take that route. Most people go from the active benefits direct to the retiree benefits. If you have some ongoing health benefit issues and you've met your deductibles and things under the active plan, then you might want to explore your options with continuing coverage under COBRA before you go to the retiree plan. Okay. So if you are eligible for the retiree plan, your coverage will start the first of the month after your active benefits end, or the first of the month after your COBRA stops. Okay. You fill out your retiree enrollment forms when you fill out your pension application so that we can properly code our computer system to let the computer system know what's going to be happening. I just saw out of the corner of my eye a question come through about self-payment of hours. For about 2 years now, if you fall a few hours short of being eligible for the active benefits, you have the option to do self-pay. Okay. That self-pay option is not available to retirees. So the self-pay option is only available to the active working carpenter. Once you're a retiree, the self-pay option goes away. Another question that I saw come through, and I will go back to questions, but just another one catching the corner of my eye. Can you use your HRA balance to pay for COBRA? And the answer to that is yes, you can use your HRA card to pay for your COBRA premiums, provided that, number 1, you still have an HRA balance, and number 2, you are still a member in good standing with the local. You're still paying your dues with the local. When you move from the active plan of benefits onto the retiree plan of benefits, it's like moving onto a brand new plan. So in the independent marketplace, it's like you had been buying your health benefits from Aetna all along, and then you decided to move over to MetLife, and you decided to buy insurance coverage from MetLife. They're 2 completely separate plans. So if you have already met your active plan deductible or out-of-pocket max, those active plan deductibles and out-of-pocket maxes do not carry over to the retiree plan. For example, you retire January 1st and you have active plan benefits and you're eligible for the active plan benefits, and in January, February, you go to the doctor, you meet your active plan deductible, and maybe you need some tests done, or maybe you need a procedure done, and you actually meet your out-of-pocket maximum under the active plan. Well, June rolls around and you don't have enough hours to be eligible for the active plan of benefits anymore. So, and you're not going to take COBRA. So June, you move to the retiree plan of benefits. You have to meet a new deductible and a new out-of-pocket max. Okay. So when you move from the retiree plan to the active plan, you have to meet a new deductible and a new out-of-pocket max. And I know I've said that like 3 times in a row, but you would be amazed at how many people do not understand this. So I really try and emphasize that during the seminars. So it's kind of not so painful if you're losing your active plan of benefits in December, maybe moving to the retiree coverage in December, because any money that you pay toward a deductible in the last 3 months of a year, October, November, December, actually carries over to the next calendar year. But sometimes mid-year in that June quarter or that September quarter, if you've already met those deductibles and out-of-pockets under the active plan, I don't want it to be a surprise to you if you go back to the doctor under the retiree plan and you have to meet another out-of-pocket deductible or out-of-pocket max, because that's how it works. Also, a difference between the active plan and the retiree plan I want to point out: retiree coverage does not include ComPsych for behavioral health or substance use disorder, and the retiree plan does not include Absolute Solutions. That's the radiology or imaging paid at 100%. Now, those services are covered. They are covered under the retiree plan, but they're covered under the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield, and they're subject to the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield deductibles. Actually, I'm going to go back up a slide here. Speaking of ComPsych, the behavioral health, we don't call it mental health anymore, we call it behavioral health. ComPsych, if you're covered under the active plan, you have this ComPsych network for behavioral health. ComPsych, part of our benefit package with ComPsych, also includes something called the Member Assistance Program. And the ComPsych Member Assistance Program, it's not necessarily just for behavioral health or substance use disorders. There's this Member Assistance Program that ComPsych will help you with things such as work-life solutions. You need help finding childcare or elder care, or you need help finding a home repair contractor. Well, you're all carpenters. You probably know people who can help you with that. But you need legal guidance. ComPsych can help you with referrals to different places to help you find different services that you might need. So that's something a lot of folks don't know about, and it's a good service to take advantage of if you are eligible for the active working carpenter insurance. Okay. What happens? Do you have to take coverage at the time you retire? Okay. You do not have to take coverage at the time you retire. You don't have to take the retiree coverage at the time you retire. Previously, yes, you did have to, but you no longer have to. The rules changed a few years ago. I want to say maybe 5 or 6 years ago. It used to be you had to take coverage at the time your pension started, or you could never, ever come back to the Carpenters retiree plan. Okay. Currently, if you do not take coverage, if you postpone coverage, you can come back to us. And this is either the carpenter or a spouse or a dependent child. You can come back to us later on, a year later, 2 years later, 10 years later, and say, yes, indeed, I do want to sign up for the carpenter's insurance now at whatever this later date is. However, in order to do that, you must have maintained continuous creditable coverage with another insurance provider during the gap period that you were not covered by the retiree plan. So again, for example, you, the carpenter, are retiring, but your spouse works outside the home, and your spouse has you covered by the employer plan at your spouse's job, or has you and your kids maybe covered by the employer plan at your spouse's job. You can say, no, you don't want the carpenter's retiree insurance right now, and you can come back to us and sign up for the carpenter's retiree insurance at the time your spouse stops working for that employer and no longer has that employer coverage. It will be your responsibility to provide us with proof of the continuous coverage from the spouse's employer. We have forms that your spouse's employer can fill out to verify that you've had coverage, or your spouse's employer can provide us with some type of a certificate of creditable coverage, to verify your dates of eligibility under the spouse's plan. Okay. That other healthcare plan, although I'm using a spouse's employer as my example, the other healthcare plan does not necessarily have to be an employer plan. If you go out and buy coverage through the marketplace on your own and you're paying another insurer, and at some point in the future you decide you don't want to stick with that coverage anymore, you want to come to the Carpenters coverage, you can do that, provided that the coverage was continuous. So you would have to provide us with proof that from your retirement date up to the date that you're adding coverage, that you've had continuous coverage with another plan, an outside plan. Okay. The retiree health care benefits must begin immediately following the termination of coverage under the other plan. So you cannot drop the other coverage, go 6 months, and then say, oh, I'm going to start my Carpenters coverage now. And in fact, there is a requirement that you have to apply within 90 days of when the other plan stopped, within 90 days of when the other plan stopped. If you apply at the 90-day mark, the Carpenters plan still has to be instituted retroactive to when the other plan stopped. So there's no gap in coverage. And that means you have to pay back premiums back to when the other plan stopped. But there's a 90-day limit on how long you have to file enrollment forms. We actually suggest you request enrollment forms 30 days before coverage under the other plan is going to end. Okay, so give yourself 30 days before coverage under the other plan is going to end and request enrollment forms from us. In the health benefits information handout, the health benefits information handout on page H5, okay, that's a sample enrollment form for the retiree health benefits. Now on the handouts, all the forms say sample across them. Do not use these forms to apply. Not everyone attending the webinar today was eligible for health benefits, so we just have sample across everything. But I just wanted you to look at the forms so that you can see that each election is independent. So if you have those handouts and you're looking at the healthcare webinar page H5, you can see that the there's a part A, B, C, D, and E. So the election for the comprehensive medical, that's your Blue Cross Blue Shield, either primary or Medicare supplement, those are circles. It's a separate election, the squares, whether or not you want prescription coverage. Still a separate election in Part D, whether or not you want dental coverage, and still a separate election in Part E, whether or not you want vision coverage. I know that we haven't talked about vision or dental yet. We will talk about those in some upcoming slides. Okay. So each type of coverage is a separate election. You can pick and choose the coverages that you want. Okay. I'm going to take a moment here to look at some questions. Does anything else go into your HRA account after retirement? No, unless you're working under the 39-hour rule or you're 70 and a half and you're working. Working hours are what sponsors your HRA. So if you're not working under the 39-hour rule because you're 65 or 70 and a half, nothing else will go in. Some personal questions about dates benefits are ending. Please call the fund office. I already mentioned you can use your HRA balance to pay for COBRA. We will talk about surviving spouse health benefits in a little bit. There's a few questions about that. You cannot cash out your HRA balance for cash. You cannot cash out your HRA balance for cash. So you have to use the HRA balance either to pay premiums or to pay qualified medical expenses. Again, you must remain a member in good standing to continue to use that card. So talk to the local about your dues. Even if you're working in another line of employment, you can still keep the Carpenters insurance if you're signed up for it, qualified for it, and if you're paying for it. Deductions for the premiums come out of your pension check. Okay. Once in a while, we have a very small group of retirees. We have about 15,000 retirees. About 150 of those retirees, their pension isn't enough to pay for their medical premiums. So that small group of people does need to submit a premium to us every month. But everyone else, the retiree premiums must come out of your monthly pension check. Okay. You do not use the sample forms in the packet. When you send in your pension application, the representatives will send you real, quote, live forms, or if you know that you qualify, if you want to give the Retirement Benefits Department a call next week, we can send you out the real forms, the, quote, live forms that don't say sample across them. We cannot use the sample forms to actually enroll you. Okay, that's all I see coming through questions right now. So let's talk a little bit about coverage. And remember, Tom's waiting in the wings here to talk with you about retirement planning and the John Hancock. Another reminder, if you have to jump off, the presentation will be posted to our website, a recorded presentation, in about a week. So your comprehensive major medical, that's your retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield. And this coverage is extremely similar to your active plan of benefits. Okay. You have a $300 deductible if you're using a PPO provider. That's per person. If it's you and your spouse and you have some dependent kids covered, your deductible is $600 max per family per year. It's an 80-20 coverage provided you're using a PPO provider. So the plan is going to pay 80% and you're going to pay the other 20% of the medical expenses. However, your maximum per person per year out of pocket is $2,000. So once your out of pocket per year has actually reached $2,300, that's your $2,000 coinsurance maximum plus your $300 deductible. So you still have a $300 deductible up here, plus your 20% adds up to $2,000. Then coverage would go up to 100% for the rest of the calendar year for that person. Okay. You have a family out-of-pocket max with a PPO provider of $4,000. So on an individual basis, your liability with a PPO, using PPO hospitals and PPO doctors, your annual health liability is $2,300, $300 for the deductible and $2,000 out-of-pocket max per person. Now that, of course, does not include the premiums you're paying. This is just what you're paying for deductible and copayment. That, again, is per person per year. Now, if you are using a PPO and a non-PPO provider, you're going to end up paying considerably more. A non-PPO provider, you're going to pay an additional $600 deductible, and then non-PPO coverage is only 60% coverage, and that 60% coverage is of reasonable and customary charges. Okay. If you make use of the emergency room, and you are treated and released and sent home, this is the same as the active plan. You have a $250 emergency room copayment. That copayment is waived if you are actually admitted to the hospital, either from the emergency room or within 72 hours for the same condition. A little bit newer is they also waive it if you're held in the observation unit at the emergency room for more than 24 hours. So this is the same as what you should be used to from the active plan of benefits. Okay. Our full retiree summary plan description, and that summary plan description is the book about what the retiree plan of benefits covers, that is posted on our website at crccbenefits.org. On the left side navigation bar, you go under Welfare Fund, under Retiree Plan, and under Forms. The summary plan description is posted at the bottom of the list. So you can actually see the entire booklet to describe all of the coverages for you. Now, the comprehensive major medical back here, this applies pre-Medicare. Once you become Medicare eligible, Medicare must become your primary carrier. Okay, so you will sign up for Medicare, and Medicare will be your primary carrier, and the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield will become a secondary payer to your Medicare. Now, usually I get a question, well, I'm going to become Medicare eligible before my spouse. What happens to my spouse's coverage before she becomes Medicare eligible? Well, if you, the carpenter, are becoming Medicare eligible first, it's perfectly fine. You, the carpenter, move on to our Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement, and your spouse stays on the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare Major Medical, the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield Major Medical. Your spouse stays there with the 80% coverage for PPO providers until such time as your spouse also becomes Medicare eligible. It can work the other way around too. If your spouse is older than you and your spouse gets Medicare first, you, the carpenter, stay on the Blue Cross Blue Shield Comprehensive Major Medical, and your spouse moves to Medicare supplement. And then once you're also of an age where you can have Medicare, then you both move to the Medicare supplement. Okay. It's perfectly fine for one or the other of you to move to Medicare first. The other one still just stays covered under our major medical. Okay. So under Medicare, there's always a lot of confusion about what happens with Medicare. What is Medicare? It's this mysterious thing out there. Medicare is simply another health insurance plan. Okay. There's two parts to Medicare, Medicare Part A and Medicare Part B. So I'm oversimplifying a little bit on this slide here, but just for our terms, for presentation terms, and for a basic understanding here, Medicare Part A is the part of Medicare that pays your hospital facility charges. It pays the room charges. It pays the operating room charges. It pays for your meals while you're in the hospital. It covers the nurses' charges while you're in the hospital. Okay, so Part A of Medicare is the part of Medicare that pays the facility charge. Part A of Medicare is free to most people, meaning you do not pay a premium for Medicare Part A. Medicare Part B is the part of the Medicare that pays the professional fees, what the doctor charges to see you in his or her office, what the surgeon charges to perform the operation. One moment. Pardon me. What the surgeon charges to do the operation. Part B also covers lab tests and what the pathologist charges to interpret the lab tests. Okay. Medicare Part B requires payment of a premium, which is generally deducted from your Social Security check. Okay, so the major difference between A and B: Part A pays the facility charges, and Part B pays the professional fees on the Medicare. Our Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield becomes a secondary payer to Medicare. It is your Medicare supplement. Okay, it supplements Medicare Part A for your hospital facility charges. Okay, remember, Medicare Part A is the part that pays the hospital bill. So if you go into the hospital and you're covered by Medicare, before Medicare pays anything, you are supposed to pay, as a Medicare recipient, you're supposed to pay the first $1,408, the first $1,408 on a Medicare Part A deductible. Your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement pays that $1,408 for you. You do not have to pay that $1,408 out of pocket if you are enrolled in the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement. Okay, that covers your first 60 days of care, the first 2 months that you're in the hospital. Okay, usually people aren't in the hospital for more than 2 months, but if you are, once you hit day 61, Medicare also has a $352 copayment per day. Your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield will pay that daily copayment also. You do not have to pay that out of pocket, okay, as long as you're enrolled in the Carpenters Medicare supplement. On the Medicare Part B, the Medicare Part B again is the part that pays the doctor bills, the professional fees, the physician charges, the surgeon charges. Medicare Part B is not free. You have to pay a premium for Medicare Part B. And as of 2020, that premium is $144.60 per month. Okay. So although your premium with Carpenters goes down, and I'm going to switch my slide back here. Give me 1 second just to show you. So once you become Medicare eligible, I'm back to the premium chart. Pre-Medicare, again, I'm looking at 30 or more years of service. Pre-Medicare, you're paying $187 a month for the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield. Once you become Medicare eligible, that goes down to $47 a month. So the difference in these two numbers is $140 a month. So you're getting $140 a month back on your pension check. And again, I'm looking at that 30-year tier. You can do the math if you have less than 30 years of vesting service. So your premium with Carpenters out of your pension check goes down by $140 a month once you become Medicare eligible, but you end up paying Medicare $144.60 a month for the Medicare Part B. So it's almost a break even. You get $140 back on your pension check because your Blue Cross Blue Shield premium goes down with us, but you must take Medicare Part B and start paying Social Security for that. So that's the monthly premium that's going to get deducted out of your Social Security check for Medicare Part B. You also have a Medicare Part B deductible. Like pre-Medicare, we have a $300 deductible on our Blue Cross Blue Shield. Medicare Part B has a $198 deductible on the professional services. Brand new this year, 2020 is the first year, your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement pays that $198 for you. So you do not have to pay that $198. Medicare then, after the deductible, is going to pay 80% of the professional fees, and your Medicare supplement with Carpenters is going to pay the other 20% of the allowable charges through your Medicare supplements. Okay. So we move on to the next slide. So that's your Blue Cross and Blue Shield. We have pre-Medicare, we pay 80% after a $300 deductible. Post-Medicare, you sign up for Medicare Part A and Medicare Part B, like in boy, and the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield is a secondary payer to Medicare. You also have prescription drug coverage. The prescription drug coverage under the retiree plan is very, very similar to the active plan. The only thing that differs is the out-of-pocket max slightly at $1,500. So the same provisions apply as under the active plan. You have to use the mail order prescription program for any long-term medications. That is, any type of ongoing medication, a cholesterol medicine, a high blood pressure medicine, something like that. You have to use the mail order program for those types of drugs. At retail, you can get a maximum of 3 fills for a long-term medication at your retail pharmacy, your Walgreens or your CVS or your Osco or whatever it happens to be. Now, you can definitely get one-off prescriptions. You know, you need an antibiotic because you're sick, or you need a Z-Pak or something like that. You can always get those one-off prescriptions filled at retail. The mandatory home delivery is for the maintenance, the long-term medications that you take. The co-payment structure is the same as under the active plan of benefits. If you're taking a generic prescription at retail, you have a $5 co-payment for that generic prescription. You get a 30-day supply or 100 units, 100 pills, whichever is less. For home delivery, you pay $12.50 for a 90-day supply. On a single source brand of medication, that means that a generic does not exist. You have a 20% copayment At retail, it's a $10 minimum and a $100 maximum for a 30-day supply. At home delivery, it's a $25 minimum or a $250 maximum for a 90-day supply. For a multi-source brand, and a multi-source brand means that a generic exists, but you elect or your doctor wants you for whatever reason to take the brand name even though there is a generic. You have a 35% copayment, a $20 minimum at retail for a 30-day supply, and a $50 minimum at home delivery for a 90-day supply. There's also a fourth part of the prescription drug structure, and that's for specialty drugs. Specialty drugs are extremely expensive drugs, and they're usually used for things like multiple sclerosis or cancer treatments. They're typically injectables that require special handling. Okay, you must go through a Credo specialty pharmacy. This used to be Diplomat specialty pharmacies. We switched to a Credo earlier this year. And you can get a home delivery. You need to get home delivery for your specialty drugs. You have a 20% copayment with a $20 minimum and a $100 maximum on home delivery, but it's a 30-day supply. Okay. Now, a $100 copayment on something might sound like a lot for a 30-day supply. Last year in 2019, overall, the plan spent $73 million on prescription drugs. Out of that $73 million, we filled 556,000 prescriptions, or our ESI did. So 73,556,000 prescriptions were filled. Out of that 556,000 prescriptions, only 8,000 of those prescriptions were for specialty medications. The fund's average cost for a specialty fill was $3,700. So even though you have a $100 maximum copayment, and usually the max copayment comes into play with specialties because they're so expensive, that $100 prescription that you're paying for, the plan is still paying on average $3,600 for that. So that's the different. That's the specialty medication provision. So we had Blue Cross Blue Shield, we had prescription, and now we have dental and vision coverage. For many, many years, we did not have any dental or vision coverage available to our retirees. Okay, that has now changed. Dental came into play about 3 or 4 years ago, and vision came into play the year after that. So the dental and vision retiree benefits are actually insured benefits. Delta Dental handles the retiree, and VSP Vision Services handles the retiree vision. So a separate premium is required for dental and vision coverage. In the health benefit handouts, page H23 shows the coverage chart for dental, and the premiums are here for you. For one individual, just the Carpenter enrolled, it's $44.53 a month for dental. 2 individuals, a Carpenter and a spouse, or a Carpenter and 1 child, it's $86.42 a month. And then a family, 3 or more people enrolled, is $153.33 a month. Delta Dental sets these premiums. The trustees do not set the premiums for the dental coverage. Okay, Delta sets those. And I will refer you again back to page H23 in the handouts for the coverage chart. Same thing for vision. VSP Vision sets the premiums. The coverage chart for vision is on page H26. The biggest difference on the vision I can think of between the retiree plan and the active plan, there are some. Under the active plan, if you wear glasses, you can get new frames every single year. Under the retiree plan, you can get new lenses every year, but you can only get frames every other year. So that's one difference I can think of off the top of my head. But the coverage chart is on page H26 in your handouts. So one individual for vision, $620. Two individuals are $11.96 per month, and family vision coverage is $18.22 a month. Okay. If you are enrolled in the Retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield, either the comprehensive pre-Medicare Blue Cross Blue Shield or the Medicare supplement, you have hearing coverage. Okay. In order to get hearing coverage, you must be enrolled in the Blue Cross Blue Shield. There's no way to buy hearing coverage without Blue Cross Blue Shield. Okay. The retiree hearing benefit was actually improved significantly last year. Previously, the retiree hearing benefit did not cover exams. Okay. So we have now exams are covered at $150 every 2 years. And hearing aids, previously the retiree allowance for hearing aids was only $1,500 every 5 years. And now the retiree allowance for hearing aids is $5,000 every 5 years. So that's a big increase. Just remember, you have to be enrolled in the Blue Cross and Blue Shield for that. Chiropractic benefits, acupuncture benefits, and napropath care are covered. There are visit limits per year, 50 for the participant, 30 for the spouse, and this coverage is not available to dependent children. You can also use the Health Dynamics program, which is available to you under the active plan of benefits also, but you have to be enrolled in the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield or Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement to be eligible for these benefits also. Brand new benefit as of last year. If you are enrolled in the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield, accompanying that is a $25,000 life insurance for the carpenter, for the participant, and it is payable if the carpenter passes away before reaching his 65th birthday. Okay, so if you are enrolled in the Blue Cross Blue Shield and you pass away prior to reaching age 65, there is a $25,000 life insurance benefit payable. Once you reach 65, the $25,000 goes away, but you can convert that to an individual self-pay basis directly through the Hartford. And you can check with Hartford for premiums. I believe the premiums are very similar to the active conversion policy that's available on the $50,000 policy. We have out at our Lisle campus the Carpenters Center for Health, and now that we're partnering with VSP Vision, this year we opened the Carpenters Center for Vision. Both are available to you. The Health Center is available if you are enrolled in the Retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield, and only if you are enrolled in the Retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield. The Medicare Supplement Blue Cross Blue Shield is also eligible to use the facilities at the Health Center. In order to use the Vision Center, you must be enrolled in vision coverage. Both the Health Center and the Vision Center are open, but right now, due to the coronavirus situation, they are not taking any walk-ins. You must call to schedule an appointment. Okay. An exception to that would be flu shots. If you are actively eligible for benefits right now, the first week in October, they're going to be sending out information about this. There's 2 days, the first week of October, that they're holding a flu shot clinic. No appointment necessary, but you do have to be eligible for either retiree or active carpenter benefits. So make sure you get your flu shot this year. That's important. So there's a lot of questions coming through. I want to talk about one more thing, and then I'm going to scoot back and look at the questions you have. So drum roll, please, because this is huge news. A year ago, the trustees expanded our retiree coverage to cover surviving spouses. Okay. So surviving spouses who were covered by the retiree plan of benefits, the Blue Cross Blue Shield, the prescription, the vision, dental, the surviving spouses can now continue to be covered by the health benefits at the same premiums that the retired carpenter pays. Okay. So Even after the carpenter passes away, the surviving spouse can continue the health benefits. This continuation option is available even if the surviving spouse is not getting a monthly pension check. So think back, I know it feels like a long time ago, but think back a couple hours, we talked about the 60 certain guarantee, the 50%, the 75%, the 100%, okay? The surviving spouse can still be covered by the health benefits even if you picked the 60 certain guarantee and the spouse is not going to get a pension check. Okay? So when at the time the carpenter passes away, we will send the surviving spouse election forms to enroll in the retiree health care benefits at the same premiums the carpenters pay. The monthly pension, the pension money under a 50, a 75, or 100 would continue for the spouse's lifetime even if the surviving spouse remarries. The money continues, the pension money continues. However, if a surviving spouse remarries, the retiree health benefits will end. So upon remarriage, the retiree health benefits would end for a surviving spouse. So that's a little bit different between the two, between the pension money benefits and the retiree health insurance benefits. So I'm going to scoot over here and just take a quick peek at some questions. Not too awful many questions came through. If you marry after you retire, you cannot add a new wife to the pension money benefits, no 50, 75, or 100, but you can add a new spouse to your retiree health benefits. So call us for enrollment form, send us in a copy of your marriage document, and you can add a new wife or husband if you're a female carpenter. Let's see. The retiree deductible is based on a calendar year. So the retiree deductible for the Blue Cross Blue Shield is a calendar year deductible. For vision and dental, and thank you to the person who asked this because I forgot to say it. Vision and dental, there actually is open enrollment for vision and dental every year. So if you did not enroll in vision or dental, and note that this only applies to vision and dental. If you did not enroll